Testing, 1, 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. Please stand and join Lex Berezhny as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I was a little bit surprised when I arrived this morning to see the message boards down in the lobby didn't list this meeting this morning, but it is listed in the calendar. So I'm going to trust that everybody who needed to be here for this meeting is here. One person who is conspicuously absent from this meeting is the subcommittee chair, Representative Doug Thomas. When he scheduled this meeting, he forgot that he had an 8:30 medical appointment in Nashua, and he said he would be here as soon as he could get here after that medical appointment. So we expect the arrival of Representative Thomas virtually any minute. There are a couple of other things I'd like to discuss, committee issues, before we get into the substance of our subcommittee meeting. And that is, last Tuesday, we had a organizational meeting about our interim study bills. And we reviewed 6 interim study bills. And our committee researcher, Kristen, sitting in the back there, happened to notice that there were 2 interim study bills from the previous year that we forgot to include in last week's organizational meeting. They were House Bill 213 and Senate Bill 113. And both of those bills will need to be included in the list of bills that will be adjudicated by us in the fall. So I just wanted to remind all committee members of that and point out that we will make a judgment about whether to recommend or not recommend future legislation for those 2 bills. So with that, I guess we can begin our meeting today. Now, as I pointed out, Representative Thomas is the subcommittee chair, and he had an agenda for this meeting. Unfortunately, I do not know what that agenda is or was, so I'm not sure how we're going to proceed here this morning. I guess we could start by asking if there are any committee members who would like to say anything before we begin our session. Go ahead, Representative Abrami.
Thank you. I just want to point out to the committee that this meeting is being live streamed and it will be available afterwards as well. In addition, if time permits, I do have some other folks here. It's my understanding we have several industry folks that are going to be speaking. And I do have some others here that would like to chime in if possible, if time permits.
Okay, thank you.
And
Representative,
yeah.
go ahead, Representative Abrami, something else?
Yes, and I think we have some of the lobbyists could chime in as to who the speakers are and what order they'd like to go in. If Doug doesn't make it back in time.
Okay, great. Representative Loki, did you have something?
I think perhaps it might be more appropriate later when we get into things more technical than background.
Okay, thank you. I'd also like to welcome and thank Senator Ricciardi for being here this morning. Nice to see you. Representative Callie Pitts.
I'd like to know if there's anybody here or contemplating coming on from the municipal association. One of the things that I feel is very necessary is education of towns and municipalities. So just throwing that out.
Thank you. I don't see anybody here from the Municipal Association, but maybe they're watching from home. Representative Notter?
I saw a couple of hands raised in the audience.
Senator Riccardi has a comment on that.
Yes. Please do. Thank you.
Good morning, and for the record, I'm Denise Ricciardi, the Senator for District 9. I can't speak for the New Hampshire Municipal Association, but I can certainly speak for the town that I live in, which is Bedford. And I was very instrumental in forming a telecommunications committee in the town and doing things that can help to have all of our broadband, which is extremely important, and all of our technology, because it's important to say that I don't believe anybody is saying we shouldn't have it, that we cannot go back in time. It's more about safer, sustainable technology. And so we've been able to put things in place with safe setbacks and still maintain a very good quality of broadband. And at some point, if I can bring you lots of information, what we did, how we did it, the ordinances that we put it on the ballot, the people got to vote, it was done very well. So hopefully that'll help answer some of your questions.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate you bringing us up to date. Okay, so who in the audience had raised their hand and wanted to suggest a speaker to start with? Anybody? Simon. Okay, let's introduce that individual who is, okay. Doctor, please take a seat at the table and introduce yourself. And spell your last name, please, for the clerk.
If I could pass these out, I have a PowerPoint presentation which is printed for you, and the spelling is on it, Lapin.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
My name is Gregory Lapin. I have a doctorate in biomedical and electrical engineering from Northwestern University. And I'm a professional engineer in the state of Illinois. I formerly was a research assistant professor in neurology and biomedical engineering, studying brain tumors. I'm a senior life member of the Institute of Electrical and Electrical Engineers, which is IEEE, and a member of two of their committees. One is the Committee on Man and Radiation, which we're actually considering changing the name to Mankind and Radiation, and the International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety, which is the one that writes one of the major safety standards in the world for RF exposure. I chair the American Radio Relay League, or ARRL, RF Safety Committee. That's the Society of Amateur Radio Operators. And I've also worked over in England with their amateur radio operators to help them conform to the new EMF regulations there. I sit on a committee at the FCC called the Technological Advisory Council, and I'm also a member of the National Fire Protection Association Public Emergency Reporting Systems. Today, I want to talk to you about 4 topics. Just probably a review for many of you of basic electromagnetic principles, but why we shouldn't be afraid of radio frequencies and how they fit into the broad range of electromagnetic signals. The safety standards and the scientific literature, because there are groups that have been studying this for a long time and want to make sure it remains safe. The applicability of the FCC regulatory limits, which are based on those safety standards. And then a little bit about 5G, what's different about it than the cellular that we've been using for many years. So if you want to flip over to page 4, let me start with the basic electromagnetic principles. So electromagnetics covers everything down from almost DC. Well, in the engineering world, we say DC to light, but it's down to something with almost no frequency to the very, very, very high frequencies, which can be dangerous. They're all electromagnetic waves. They all physically are similar to each other, but they have different frequencies. And it's the frequency that is the thing that makes the distinction between them. They're all called radiation because they radiate. They go from here to there. It has nothing to do with danger. It just has to do with the fact that it can move through space. For human health, there's the major distinction which lies somewhere around ultraviolet light. Frequencies below this are called non-ionizing radiation, and the frequencies above are called ionizing radiation. The ionizing radiation can damage tissue by breaking apart molecules, which would include DNA. And the non-ionizing radiation really can only interact with tissue by generating heat. And on that page 5, you can see a pictorial of that. Way down at the lowest frequencies, our power lines are 60 hertz, very low. We have radio. The thing that says radio is really FM radio. There's AM radio below that. Cell phones that we've been using all along fit in along there. You get up into the microwave region where radar is, and the frequency keeps increasing until you get to light. Visible light is also an electromagnetic signal, just like a radio wave, except that our eyes can see it. Our eyes are attuned to see those frequencies. And then through the light spectrum, when you get up to ultraviolet light, that's when it starts to be dangerous. And we know that because people worry about skin cancer from being out in the sun too long. And we use things that filter out those frequencies from the sun. And then, of course, higher and higher in frequencies, it gets more and more dangerous. You have X-rays, which they're not perfectly safe, but they're necessary for medical use. And then all the way up to gamma rays, what comes out of a nuclear explosion. So when we communicate, we do stay below the limit of ionizing radiation so that everything we use for communication is non-ionizing. On page 6, let's talk about electromagnetic safety standards. So these are standards that examine the scientific research to set human exposure levels that have been shown to be safe. The preeminent EMF standards are the IEEE C95. That's the one written by the ICES committee, which I sit on. And ICNIRP, which is in Europe. Most of the European countries follow that one. The two are very similar in their limits. And I'm going to talk mostly about C95 because that's the one I know best. In the US, IEEE C95 is the basis for most of the FCC regulations. Standards examine experimental effects of EMF on laboratory animals and epidemiological data. So the exposure limits are then set to be 50 times lower than the lowest exposure level that could potentially cause a harmful effect. On page 7, the IEEE C95.1 standard was the very first electromagnetic standard, safety standard that was generated. It was initiated by the US Navy and the IEEE in 1960. The first version that was released, the first safety standard, was in 1966, and then versions were released in 1974, 82, 1991, 1999, 2005, and the latest in 2019. Standards are developed by the IEEE International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety, ICES, which I sit on. They're actually meeting right now, but this is their week for meetings. And when I left them, they were discussing copyrights, but not something that would interest you all that much. The 1991 standard was the one which the FCC regulations were based on. The FCC regulations were written in 1996, and the 91 standard was the latest for them. It was the first version of the standard that chose to vary the exposure limits with frequency. So prior to that, one exposure limit was used for all frequencies. Of course, in time, we are using more frequencies than we used to. It covers the frequencies from 3 kilohertz, so a very low frequency, all the way up to 300 gigahertz. I don't know how to say this to a non-engineer, but 3 kilohertz is 3,000 hertz. 300 gigahertz is 300 billion hertz. So it's a big range. Oh, a hertz, yes. A hertz is a cycle per second. And in the old days, we used to call it cycles per cycles. But now they've named it after someone named Hertz. It was based on 498 publications of scientific work in RF safety. And it even, in the millimeter wave region, which is the one I'll bring up why that's important, it had 11 publications. This is back in the 90s. And again, its safety limits were set to be 50 times lower than any level that the literature said could cause excessive heat to build up in tissue. The latest version on page 9, the latest version of the standard is 2019, C95.1-2019, and it's based on 1,550 high-quality studies. Now, I say high-quality studies because it's important to realize that there's a lot of literature out there that was not science that was well done. And so to use the best science, each of those publications was studied by 5 experts. I was one of those, in fact. Today there are roughly 5,000 publications on this topic, going all the way from power line frequencies all the way up into the gigahertz frequencies. So it's a wide range. But to determine which of those were worth using or something we could trust, 5 experts in whatever the topic was, whether it's the low frequencies or the high frequencies or medical-based research, each independently read each of those 5,000 papers. It was a little less than 5,000 back then, but then they all voted on whether it was good science or not, and the consensus of those 5 was used to choose the 1,550 of the best studies that were used to determine what the standards would be based on. That review went all the way back to 1950 and up till 2017 when the standard was worked on. Exposure limits were set by identifying the levels at which any potential harmful effects were seeing. So previously it was based on heat generation, because that was what was known to be a danger. And then at around 2005, they decided, let's look at everything that could possibly cause any harm, anything that mentioned a biological change. Look at the limit of exposure that caused that, and then again, divide by 50 and set that to be the safety standard. The frequency range was also expanded down to 0 hertz, or 0 cycles per second, and again, up to 300 gigahertz. The safe exposure limits that they came out with are very similar to the ICNIRP, or the International Commission for Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection in Europe. They came out with a 2020 standard. And the limits are very similar. The two groups didn't work together, but they did base it on the same science. So it's not surprising that their limits are similar. So moving on to page 10. This, just to show who was working on developing those standards, these are the, back in 2006, that's when this statistic was made, but these are the people working on the standard. People from academia, people from government, some people from industry, some consultants, and even a couple from the general public. And all of those people took part in developing these standards. On page 11, the FCC made regulatory limits. Unlike the science, the regulatory limits are law. That's what manufacturers have to meet when they generate RF signals and they make phones. Their phones have to meet those limits in order to be used in the United States. The experience since the regulations were originally written in 1996 has shown that they are sufficiently protective. In 2019, the FDA concluded that no changes to the current standards are warranted based on their monitoring of public health trends. In other words, they saw that these limits were keeping people from getting sick. The American Cancer Society has consistently shown no increases and many decreases in the rates of most cancers since cellular technology was first introduced in 1985. Even though this increase in cellular telephone use has grown exponentially, no disease has increased that might be related to it. And on the next page, 12, that shows a graph that indicates something like that. This is concentrating on gliomas, brain tumors, but it shows in the blue line shows that the glioma rate, that's the most deadly brain tumor. That's the one that has been decreasing over time slightly. It's hasn't changed much, but it's slightly decreased since 1985 all the way to 2015. Yet the number of cell phones in use has exploded. It has grown a great amount. And even though these two curves are plotted on together, they have completely different numbers. The blue line, which is for the gliomas, represents approximately 27,000 new gliomas per year. The green line represents 380 million cell phone subscriptions at the end. So even though they're plotted on the same plot, they have very different numbers that they represent. On the next page, applicability of the FCC regulatory limits. Very large epidemiological studies have shown no increase in disease among longtime cell phone users. The National Cancer Institute showed a drop in combined age-adjusted cancer incidence rates from 1990 through 2016, a time when the cell phone growth was explosive. In 2011, an interphone study of 14,078 people in 13 countries showed that there was no cause of cell phones, no increase of cancer in cell phones. 2011, a Danish cohort study of 358,403 individuals, cell phone users, over an 18-year period showed no increase in disease. And then in 2013, in England, the Oxford Million Women Study, it's called the Million Women Study, but they only showed a little less than a million, 791,710 female cell phone users, also showed no increase in disease. On the next page, there's a graph that shows all cancer, not just one kind of cancer, from 1975 to 2016, showing that cancer during the time that cell phones have been in massive use have been dropping. On the next page, the applicability of FCC regulatory limits is that worldwide health agencies have consistently stated there is no danger of disease from cellular technology with current limits, including 5G. And this is just a list on this page of all of the different agencies, health agencies, that have agreed with that statement.
I have a question.
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
The statistics you've cited to us over the last 3 or 4 pages all had to do with cancer. Are there any studies that have looked at other health problems that might have been caused by cell phone radiation and other frequencies of radiation?
There have been a lot of studies done, and to my knowledge, not one of them has shown a correlation between any disease and the use of cell phones.
Okay, thank you.
I think I think this particular slide, the 15, isn't just cancer. It's all disease.
I got a question for you, sir.
Yes.
I know the 2019 standard was set, and no change from the prior time that was set.
Mhm.
But there was a lawsuit in the District Court of DC, and the court said that the conclusions were arbitrary and capricious because all the evidence was not reviewed. And that they told the FCC to go back to the drawing board. Are you aware of that?
I haven't read the case, but I am aware that the FCC did go back to the drawing board and I
Right.
think they upheld their regulations.
Again, the implication was that not all the science was looked at, is the implication from that, is all I want to point out. Thank you.
Okay. And when they did go back, they have been looking at as much science as they can get their hands on.
Thank you.
Representative Platt?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for taking my questions. With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. You said that the IEEE standard is based on the 1991 version of, the 1991 version of IEEE C95. Is that correct? Safety standards IEEE 95.1. And you said that the current recommendation was based on the 1991 version, the current standard? That's what I
Yes.
wrote. What's the difference between the 91 standard and the 91 version and the several versions that follow up to 2019?
There's very little difference in the standard. They've not found anything that would give them evidence to change, say there's a health problem.
Okay, the FCC standard is based on the most recent anyway, 2019, you said, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you said you researched, you had 5 researchers review all of the studies and selected those that are, the 5 people from various industries, various backgrounds viewed as credible. What criteria? How do you ensure that there is not confirmation bias?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
It's simple. If you have 5 people who believe in the stuff, and I'm not saying that's the case, you'll pick out ones that are supportive of the viewpoint and neglect the ones that are not supportive. And I'm not accusing anybody of that, but how do you ensure that there isn't confirmation bias, that it's based on pure science?
Just that they look at all the science that they can. It's, there's a wealth of literature out there, and the people sit and look over it and criticize it as much as they possibly can, and they look at the literature of what has been written scientifically about it, and come up with a decision on just where. If someone comes out with a study that says that there's a disease, they'll examine what the conditions were that would cause that disease, and their their conclusions have always been that there is not enough evidence to show that disease is being caused by that source.
Representative Coggins?
I have 2 questions that occurred to me, and I was writing them down to wait till you were in the presentation, but I'll ask them now. One is, has the cumulative effect been studied? In other words, well, my cell phone is not a problem, but we know we're constantly being affected by other sources. And when we look just at one source, that may precipitate a different outcome than the cumulative effect that's currently going on. And I'm very simplistic. I know when I go down the highway in certain places where there's high frequency, say, electric lines, I can't listen to my quote unquote radio because I don't have satellite. And the other question, I'm just going to dovetail it, was there were 2 incidences that sparked my interest in this whole subject. Was one, the evacuation of embassies, and I wanted to know if that was the same because it was radio frequencies, I do believe, that caused the evacuation of some American embassies overseas, and the FCC's concern over engines. And of course, all that was cleared and supposedly, but is that the same type of radiation?
Well, when you talk about say the embassies, they were being I think you're referring to when the embassies that were being spied on.
Mm-hmm.
So some very high-powered signals were being sent in to do that spying. Are we talking about the same thing?
I
Yeah.
think we are, and may I follow up? Was that the same type of frequency, not necessarily the same intensity, but the same types of frequencies that we are all subject to?
Yes, we're all subject to a wide range of frequencies. So but the exposure level, I think, is what made the big difference in what you're referring to. And you're referring to the embassy spying things. very high levels of microwaves that could cause a lot of damage to people were being generated.
And does that dovetail on our cumulative exposure daily? You know, from different things, from satellite dishes, from everything in our atmosphere. I mean, we seem to be more and more dependent on, you know, Bluetooth and all these things. What does that take into effect the cumulative exposure that we all have every day?
So at the lower frequencies, like these are, they don't, they're not considered to build up in your body.
They do not.
So there's nothing cumulative, not like radiation, like radioactive radiation, which will build up. But these are transitory. They just the biggest effect that's been seen is they create heat. That's the biggest damage that's been seen. They generate heat in your tissues, and if the levels are kept low enough, then that heat is not there's not enough heat is built up to cause any danger.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Harrington?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I was thinking about this as you were going through the different things here. And as you're probably aware, as long as we've been studying radiation, in fact, I know you're aware, we've been debating the linear null threshold model and whether that's the most accurate one. In fact, Nuclear News just had an article in it last month about some guy said it was absolutely not the correct way, that you get to a certain cutoff point where there is no negative effect from radiation. Is this, I'm unfamiliar with the FCC stuff as well as nuclear is my background, but is this based on that linear no threshold model that you're assuming, so that any amount receives some damage, but it's just infinitesimally small? Or are these based on a cutoff point when we say below this radiation level, there is no damage?
More the latter. And I think you're referring more to
Ionizing radiation.
ionizing
yeah,
radiation. And so non-ionizing radiation, the damage that it creates is heat.
Right.
It generates heat. And if your body can deal with the heat, then there's no damage. Ionizing radiation is very different.
Yeah, different.
In that it,
But you're basing on the idea that at a certain level, that even if it's a minuscule amount of heat generated, and we're not talking about much, then there really isn't any damage to the person. Is that the point of this? Unlike the
are we-
ionizing radiation, you're saying.
for the non-ionizing
Yeah,
radiation.
there is no linear, no threshold model. You get to a certain point when it's low enough, it doesn't have any harmful effects. It's at least measurable.
That's exactly right.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. I just wanted to make sure I got that correct.
Yes, Dr. Lapin?
Lapin.
Lapin, okay. Apologize for being late. If I repeat any questions, I apologize for that. If it wasn't previously stated at the start of this meeting, the purpose of the interim study is basically to determine if there's any reason for follow-on legislative action in the coming year. And the testimonies that we'll hear in this meeting, and if we have others, will determine if we need legislative action. With that being said, my opening statement would have been, I believe all this information that you're briefing was previously studied in another study, and I did some research prior to looking at this bill that came before us this year, and saw the same results that you're stating now, more or less. You went into a lot better detail, of course. And if I was to look at those studies, I would say no brainer, this bill had no bearing and we wouldn't be here now. But one little thing kept me thinking that we might want to further discuss this and see if something could come up with perhaps something that wasn't in a legislative statute, but perhaps might be something that might be done on a quasi-voluntary nature. And that one little something was, we kept hearing person after person after person coming in here complaining of some type of ill effects, not necessarily disease. They couldn't correlate this cancer or anything like that, but headaches, disturbances, things in their life that just weren't going right, and they all seem to correlate around being near this type of technology. Now we know, and we're not here to determine any causation of those disturbances, but there certainly appears to be a correlation with distance and proximity to this type of technology. So what I really like to hear, if not from you, but perhaps other speakers, is what we need to acknowledge that we have a lot of people in the state that have had issues. We need to acknowledge that, not necessarily placing blame per se, but is there something that this technology or the vendors of this technology can look at and, without going bankrupt, is there something that they can do to help mitigate or look at these people and say, look, if we went vertical instead of horizontal, or if we went horizontal instead of vertical, maybe this would help them, even though our stats kind of say it doesn't appear to, but perhaps something could be done in that line of work. That's what I'm kind of looking for here, is some type of information that could be done without, having to resort to a statute, if you will. And so if there's anything that you could suggest in your briefing, or anyone else following up on that, it would be very helpful just to hear that, to see just what, because you're the experts and we want to know. I know engineers, we can do it this way, the best way, or maybe we can do it this way. It's a little more of an issue, but maybe it'll help solve this problem over here. That's how I'm looking at this. And so I'd like to get your comments and thoughts on that.
So I'm not sure what you're asking.
What I'm asking for is, can you give us any potential solutions that we can look at for helping people that seem to be susceptible? I know there's a small amount of them, but there are still out there that are having issues being near this technology. I know I don't, but I know people do, because they came here before us and they told us.
It's what
And
we
we're not
call-
saying blame. I'm just saying, is there something that we can do to help them, help mitigate something? I know that the bill that we are studying here talks about putting things at 1,700 feet away, and I believe it appears to be unacceptable to the vendors, right? So maybe there's something else we can look at to help these people, if you know what I mean.
You're referring to what's often called electrosensitivity?
Well, if you want to label that, I believe that's what people are being affected by, yes.
Okay.
But perhaps we want
I
to
think-
hear from this Representative Loki before he answers that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. LaPalme. I think one basic thing that we might want to agree on is what happens with signal strength. I know that thing, I think, is putting out 12 watts at, I forget what the band is. Now, I'm receiving some amount of radiation from that, so are you, so is Representative Berezny. Now, approximately how much less energy is Representative Berezny getting from that as compared to myself, and how that changes with distance? I think that might be a useful thing to start with.
Okay. Are you asking? I've kind of,
Let me say it in words, maybe I wasn't very clear. If there's one way to do your technology work as a vendor, if there's one place to put it versus another place, but that one place you're putting it might be a little more sensitive to people that may be overly reacted, as opposed to a different place. If you are able to do that different place, would you not choose that option in order to help mitigate and at least accept the fact that some people may be more sensitive at certain distances versus others? If maybe you're not an engineer, but I was just saying that.
I am an
Yeah,
engineer.
Okay, I apologize since I was late coming in here, but being with engineers my entire life, I know there's the very best way, there's the 100% way, then there's 85% way. I mean, so I'm just saying, can we look at? Is it possible to look at on a case by case basis positions of antennas and so forth that might be less desirable in one case, but more desirable in another case? That's all I'm asking, is something like that that could be looked at.
I'm sure it could. I'm not sure. There are a number of considerations in a system design, and I'm sure that those kind of things could be considered.
Mr. Chair,
Good.
I know you and I chatted before this subcommittee about who you wanted to be here. You wanted representatives from the actual industry, from the three major companies, to be here to have this discussion. I don't think Dr. Lappin is that. I think he's a general scientist, engineer that consults, I would imagine, to different companies. Is on the what did you call it? The FCC Technical Advisory Committee, which gives you a certain amount of knowledge of what's going on behind the scenes there, which I find interesting. But I don't think he's in a position to answer that. I'm the gentleman who chaired the 5G commission here in the state. And I know we tried for a long time to try to understand the antennas and what's inside those antennas and how they're configured, but none of that's all proprietary information. We could never get to that. But we were hoping for the industry. I don't know if we really got the industry here. We got scientists, which we appreciate, an engineer we appreciate, but I don't know. I mean, I have some other comments about. Let me mention one other thing. When another question for him is that you mentioned all the recent work, the science that your committee looked at. But how about the National Toxicology Program, $30 million program? That's the National Toxicology Program is part of the National Science Foundation. The government spent $30 million and came out with a report that said there is evidence of certain types of cancers due to non-ionizing radiation. So I would suggest that you go back to your group and say, hey, do we look at this? And this is what we've been fighting all along. We've been fighting the FCC. It's very difficult for any community, any state, anyone to battle the 1996 Telecommunication Act, which gave the industry free rein. And there are, but okay, I'm giving a speech. So I just hope you would carry that message back to your group. That there are a lot of studies out there that are showing non-ionizing effects that are biological effects, not just heat. Heat's an old school thing. It's beyond heat now. There are studies showing DNA damage and they're showing cancers. So and it is all about power density. It's all about power density, and we don't know what's coming out of those antennas at all times. We also have to watch out for pulsing, the impacts of pulsing signals, things like that. So those are my comments. If you want to comment on any of that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so
Please do.
all right. So are you saying that there's evidence of say some diseases from levels under the limits, the safety limits of
Yes, there are. That's a whole discussion in itself, but and that's why I think, like I just said a moment ago, that that the DC District Court said that the results of, I would imagine, your group are arbitrary and capricious because all the science wasn't studied. The science is there. It's for you to study. And that's my comment.
Okay.
I'm not in a position right now to start showing you examples of that. There are plenty of examples of that.
I understand, yeah.
Representative Kalipis, do you have a question pertaining to what was said so far or to what he's going to say if he finishes his briefing? Okay, go ahead.
I'm not a one-trick pony. What I thought I heard the problem is that we were trying to do is proximity. Is there a safe range where we should stay away from these things? And that's very simplistic because my brain works that way. That's all. Is there a range that if I'm so close, I'm in more trouble, or if I'm back? And I think that's further on in your presentation. The other thing I wanted to say is, I guess, a little bit argumentative, but if the courts and everybody thought there was such great danger that we haven't all been exposed to right now, I don't know if there's been an injunction placed against placing these antennas, and I don't believe so. So I would like you to see if you could hone in on what we're trying to figure out is a proximity. How far away do I stay, or do I head into outer space? Thank you.
Well, there's no simple answer to that because it's not the distance as much as it is exposure. So different things transmit different amounts of power. Not, this isn't germane necessarily, but you hold your cell phone right next to your head. And so that's very close. You're much further away from what the cell phone is talking to. And they transmit different amounts of power, so you just can't give one distance as the correct answer.
Representative Platt?
Yes, to accept Representative Thomas's, Chairman Thomas's statement that a tweak here or there could somehow improve things, you'd have to have a basis to begin with that there's a problem, right? And you don't. But on the other hand, I'm hearing from Representative Abrami that maybe you didn't look at all the studies. And so if you looked at some of the studies, like the $30 million one, would you reach a different conclusion? If not, why not? Well, you'd have to look at that study and discredit it for some reason or other. Is that correct?
That's what you were asking, yeah. So the safety standards do look at all studies and base their limits on kind of comparing this one against that one to see what is the most reproducible and what is the most believable of the results. I'm not sure if that's a great answer to your question, but
If I were to interpret that, you did look at this $30 million study and discredit it as not being credible for certain
I
reasons.
didn't personally, but
I mean, the group.
a group looked at all the studies and built a consensus.
Thank you.
I think we've asked a lot of questions here. I'd like to have the doctor continue with his presentation, so perhaps it'll generate more.
So I'm trying to remember where I left off. I was on slide 10, just showing the makeup of the standards group. I turned back, I'm sorry. So. So I mentioned about the FCC regulatory limits and the the different agencies that agree with them. And there's a list here that you can see from all over the world. So let's get to the 5G. That's a great catchword, and it really is a combination of communication technologies. 5G obviously stands for fifth generation, so cellular technology. Its claim to fame is that it advances the technology to provide better performance than the previous generations, higher speeds, better data transfer, and it uses most of the same frequency bands that the previous generations did and adds a few more. And not all frequencies are used in all locations. So if you go on to slide 17, the frequency bands used for 5G consist of a low band region, a mid band region, and a high band region. The low band was used from the very beginning of cellular technology. Mid band came a little bit later. It added more data speed. And you'll notice that as the bands get into the higher and higher frequencies, they propagate much shorter distances. That's a principle of propagation of frequencies. So the low band, the cell towers were placed further apart because they could talk further. But in those low frequencies, not as much data could be transmitted. And then a mid-band was added with the 2G, 3G, and 4G iterations of cellular. And then the high band is the real addition to the 5G. And it pretty much propagates very short distances. So as we go on to the next slide, 18, you find that the low band, because it'll propagate longer distances, you find it more in rural areas. And often the towers are very high because it can get down to the ground, it can reach long distance, and lots of users can make use of those low band frequencies. The mid band, and it's also called sub 6 gigahertz, is good in most locations, and it has a good balance between data transfer rates and the density of cells. By density, I mean how close you have to put the different cell towers or transmitter receivers. And then the high band, which is also called millimeter wave, is really used in very densely populated areas. So it's areas that need high data transfer rates and that have lots and lots of people, because all those people have to share the same frequencies to get their data transferred. So you get a very high transfer rate to share it between lots of people. So if you can go to slide 19, that's just a pictorial of the frequencies that these different bands are located in. The low band, mid band, and high band, and they still set well below ionizing radiation, where you get to UV light and higher. And that's a pretty important point to any person looking at physical effects, because the signals sent from any of these bands don't have the energy to ionize. They don't have the energy to create, to break down anything like DNA or any cells or chemicals. which obviously is very important because those breakdowns are the ones that start to cause some of the diseases we're talking about. On slide 20, small cells are something that are a little bit newer. We're all familiar for many years with the very high cell towers and the cells that are on top of big buildings that cover wide areas. But as you saw with the different frequencies, some of them don't travel as far. So you have to be able to put more cells in, and those are called small cells, in order to get the signal to travel in sufficient strength to be used by the people in that area. Another thing that small cells do, which existed before, was to fill in gaps. Let's say you have a high cell tower, but there's a big building that makes a shadow that people on the other side of that building can't get any service. So you could put a small cell in that building that would just service those gaps, those shadows. Small cell is also good for providing more high-speed data. In a small cell, you have fewer people that are being serviced. So the sharing of the data that's going over those frequencies is less. So each person gets more bandwidth. If there are more users in a service area than can be handled, so say in a city region, a very dense city, where a high cell just has so many people in its area that they can't share those frequencies adequately, then you can supplement it by adding small cells that will fill in the gaps. And of course, as I said previously, when you get up to millimeter waves and you have very high data rates, the signals just can't travel far enough to be effective. So you need a small cell to be close to the people that are using it. Now, one thing that with these increasing frequencies, one of the advantages that we realized is that we could make smarter antennas that point right to where they're talking and give less radiation to other people around it. Not that that radiation would be dangerous, but it just is a more efficient way of transmitting. You don't have to use as much power. You can direct all the power at the people that you're talking to. So going back like pre-cellular, antennas sent their signals in all directions. And I use the example of a whip antenna on a police car. When that police car drives by, when it transmits, its signal is going 360 degrees around it. So no matter where you stand in that 360-degree circle, you get the same exposure. The newer antennas are called multiple input, multiple output, or Mimo. You may have heard that term. And they use lots and lots of different antennas that are phase related. And that phasing of the antennas allows them to direct beams in different directions, which focuses the signal. What that gives is more power to the signal that to the direction that it needs to be, to the cell phone that is talking to it, and much less to people who are just standing around it. So the major exposure is the person that's communicating, but because it jumps around, that exposure doesn't last. So it can be for a few milliseconds pointing to you, and then it'll jump over to someone else. And because the frequencies are very high, the data rates are very high. So if you're talking into your phone, and this is happening so fast that you don't realize it, it can buffer up or hold on to some of your speech. and then dump all that at the very high frequency over to the cell when the cell is pointing at you. So it's not real time. It's not hearing always what you say as you say it. And again, this is on millisecond ranges, so you don't realize this. But it then allows you to concentrate your energy for a very short time to get all the data or the voice information from a person that's talking, and then move on to the next person and the next person and so on. And it moves around that way. It's that's where the phrase multiple input, multiple output comes from. Is there a question? Okay. And then, the advantage of that is that other locations around that antenna receive very little exposure because it's only exposing who it needs to expose and then only for a short time. Whereas, going back to the old antennas, like the whip antenna on the police car, that's exposing lots of people that technically don't need to be exposed because they're, the police car is talking in a direction, say toward the police station, and someone standing on the opposite side doesn't really need to be exposed to anything from that police car, but that's the way that technology works. So as a result, those power levels have to be much lower to make sure that no one gets exposed too much.
Mr. Chairman?
We have another speaker that came here specifically, and I'd like to get to him as soon as I can. So if, without objection, if you'd like to just continue your,
no problem either way.
go ahead. Finish.
So the Mimo antennas work best at higher frequencies, and that's because of the wavelengths. Not to get too engineering technical, at a higher frequency, your antenna can be smaller, and you have smaller antennas. You can put lots of them together, and then you can phase them so that you can direct the beam where you want it to go. So at midband, the Mimo antennas have very few elements because the wavelengths are larger, so they just can't fit as many. And the focused beam is fairly wide. And then as the frequency increases, the number of antenna elements can then increase and narrow in that beam, so it's smaller. At millimeter wave, antennas can have hundreds of elements, and the phrase for that is massive MIMO or little m MIMO. When you see that, they are phasing the signal to each of those elements differently, so it generates a well-focused beam of radio frequencies. And that allows the small cells then to decrease their power. They don't need as much power if they're not wasting it going in other directions that aren't needed. And they get the same coverage that way. And on the slide 23, there's a pictorial of what I just described. On the left, there's a police car with a little antenna on it, and people on a circle all around it are all getting the same exposure from that police car. Now, I'm not saying that's a problem to the police car because they don't use as much power. So it's not, I'm not pointing that out as a problem. That's just an inefficiency. The MIMO antennas at midband don't have as many elements, so they can't focus as effectively, but they point to a region, and that's an improvement, certainly. So they can transmit less power because it's all going into that region. And then on the right, the massive MIMO with lots of elements generate very narrow, fairly narrow beams, talking to each person that is using that cell. And I just for the graphical purposes, I used a light pole because many of these small cells are placed on light poles. So on slide 24, millimeter wave is the highest frequencies, the stuff that's new in 5G. And so it's new in 5G, but is it really new? Such that we don't know anything about it. And the answer to that is no. Frequencies in the tens of gigahertz, the millimeter waves, have not been used in cellular telephony before, but they have been used by the military for a very long time. And the safety standards have always been developed with military input. Usually they are the first ones out there to work on the safety standards. The research studies on millimeter wave interactions have been performed for a long time. So in 1986, there was a study, you might know the name Gandhi from Las Vegas, or from the University of Nevada. He and Riazi measured penetration depths for different frequencies, and at 30 gigahertz, which is one of the millimeter wave frequencies being used in 5G, he measured that the signal penetrates about 0.8 millimeters into the skin. So it doesn't go through your whole body. It gets stopped. That is one of the features of, well, I don't know if it's a feature, but one of the characteristics of those high frequencies, that they don't penetrate as well. They get stopped by things. On slide 25, as the frequencies get higher, they approach the frequency of visible light, which is something that our bodies have adapted to. So the frequency of red light, which is 450 terahertz, is about 10,000 times higher than the millimeter wave frequencies that cell phones are using. For comparison, those millimeter waves are about 10,000 times higher than AM radio frequencies, which are around 1 megahertz. So, and also the exposure is very different. If you stand out in the full sun, you get a higher exposure than millimeter wave safety standards. And I just threw in a little comment, make sure you wear your UV sunscreen, because the sun has, sunlight gets into ionizing radiation, which radio waves do not. So the UV, which we want to protect ourselves from, is part of the sunlight. Whereas it certainly is not part of anything that a cellular radio would send. But by comparison, the FCC millimeter wave exposure limit is 10 milliwatts per square centimeter, and you can be exposed to 100 milliwatts per square centimeter, 10 times that, by just standing out on a sunny day. So we're moving on to slide 26, where, let me summarize. So after many years of use by the majority of the people on the planet, cellular telephone use has not increased the incidence of any disease in the population. Study after study has shown that. 5G introduces something new, the millimeter wave frequencies to cellular telephony. Millimeter waves have been used by the military for many years, and they have commissioned studies that have not shown any damage to those. The safety standards that have proven to be protective to society, and by that I mean epidemiologically, they are shown that there's no increase in disease from those cell standards. They have conservative limits for millimeter waves. In other words, much less than you would have received from standing out in the sun. And the massive Mimo antennas, which are used for these highest frequencies, greatly reduce the exposure to bystanders from millimeter waves from small cells. They point right to who they're talking to, and they jump around. They don't spend much time because they can transmit data at such high rates. And by data, I mean your voice becomes data when you're talking into a phone. So your voice is part of the data, or if you're using your phone for the internet, whatever that data is, it gets packetized, it gets put together, and it's, instead of real time, it gets dumped up to the cell all at once. So it doesn't have to point at you for very long, just for milliseconds. on slide 27, as communications frequencies continue to increase, they approach visible light. So light is also composed of electromagnetic energy, just like cellular. It's all electromagnetic energy, down to AM radio, all the way up into light. Millimeter wave interactions with human tissue are similar to that of light. They don't penetrate far below the upper surface of the skin. And we're regularly exposed to much higher levels from the sun than are allowed from millimeter waves. And let me clarify something again. We're exposed to a lot more from the sun than we are from a cellular tower. The sun has ionizing energy in it, and that's why you get a sunburn. You won't get a sunburn from anything from your radio because there's no ionizing energy. You won't get cancer from non-ionizing energy. FCC exposure limits follow the safety standards that have been shown to be protective of humans. And that's the end of my formal presentation. If there are any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Well, thank you for an excellent presentation. I appreciate you coming here and giving us this very technical and interesting dissertation on frequencies, which I think is very important to know anyway. We do have a time constraint in that we have a person here that came this way. I'll allow maybe 1 or 2 quick questions with some quick answers.
Sure.
Representative Platt?
Thank you. You referred to the towers and you referred to the low band towers being far apart and big. Then the mid band towers closer together, doesn't have to be as big. And the high band towers have to be close but fairly small. You use the term cell. Would you consider a cell phone it would be a propagator? In other words, you're talking to towers, but a cell phone also propagates, does it not?
The cell phone talks to the towers.
Yes. So I mean, we all have cell phones, most of us. Is there a problem there?
Well, I guess that's not really this point of discussion, but those things are studied together. So the answer is no, there's not a problem there because the energy in the cell phone is kept low enough, so that's true.
Representative Harrington? Last question, Representative Harrington.
Sure, I'll try to make this quick. Just one comment. You keep a number of times you stressed on the military doing this in the past. I mean, I've seen documents from the military where people were actually able to see the bones in their hands and their arms because they're being exposed to radiation when they were doing nuclear testing in the 1950s. So, not these militaries doesn't necessarily give me a warm feeling there. But I want to get back to this linear null threshold because you seem to be saying, no, that doesn't apply. If it's non-ionizing radiation, there's no damage. Then why are we spending so much time covering the amount of exposure? I mean, it's sort of like me tapping on the table here. I can do it for 50 years and my finger's not going to go through it. But why do I bother keeping count of how many times I tap then?
Okay, I'm sorry if I was unclear that there can be damage from non-ionizing radiation. It's a different type. It's heat generated. So if the non-ionizing radiation generates too much heat, it can damage your tissues inside. Your body is held to a very tight temperature limit.
This real quick. So there is a limit, but the debate is where that limit is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Laban, are you planning to leave right away or can you stay for a while?
I can be here to early afternoon.
Okay. Then if you don't mind standing by, I'd like to call up another briefer and appreciate you coming by, and hopefully we can have some more questions for you later on. So be it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I have here Mr. James Hancock, who has come here specially to speak, and I know you have a time constraint, so apologize for being a little late, but thank you for coming.
My pleasure, and I'm happy to be here, so whatever I can do to help. So I'm James Hancock. I'm from Chesterfield, New Hampshire. I have extensive background working with cell phone companies and the companies that produced the technology that did DSL services and things like this. And You would think that cell phone technology and DSL and network cables and all these things, and even the light bulbs in our room, all are different. Well, they're not. A really brilliant gentleman, I can't remember his name at the moment, developed a technology that creates a wave that we think of a wave as a sine wave, right? But what he actually recognized is that the best way to block against interference is to broadcast a positive one and a negative one at the same time. So if we want to have an on of binary, we would broadcast both a positive and a negative frequency of the same thing, okay? And then if we wanted a zero, we would broadcast nothing. And you could go and use a mathematical formula to eliminate all of the interference in the air, okay? And this technology is in your USB cable that you use to plug in your phone or plug your printer into your computer. This is in every single computer for every single communication in every single computer. It's used, it's called pulse width modulation. And various different versions of it are used in light bulbs. So every one of these LEDs uses tiny amounts of voltage. But to get that tiny amount of voltage from the wall socket, it uses pulse width modulation at kilohertz and even megahertz to bring the voltage down and to be able to provide you the light you receive with an LED light bulb. So everywhere around us right now is pulse width modulation. And what 5G and even 4G and 3G are is a version of broadcasting both a positive and a negative frequency of radio waves so that it can go and create this signal. As our esteemed guest before us talked about, he talked about Mimo and all these things. Those things are all great technologies, and they'll go to my second point in this. But really what we're fundamentally talking about is pulse width modulation. Literally every single thing that you interact with in the world today that isn't your oven uses pulse width modulation. If you have a ground source heat pump or an air source heat pump or an air conditioner, they're emitting pulse width modulated waves. And in fact, the FCC regulates those in exactly the same way that they regulate your cell phone and cell phone towers. And in fact, if I take a frequency measuring device and I hold it over as an example, the brick for your laptop that you plug into the wall that converts AC power to DC, I will get exactly the same type of signal close to the power brick as I do my cell phone, okay? So, and it will look exactly the same if I hook it up to an oscilloscope. It will look exactly the same, okay? Because there's no difference. They're literally all the same technology, okay? So it's very, very important to understand this and to understand that when we actually look at 5G, what 5G actually is, which is an encoding standard, it's how the ones and zeros are encoded. It's not the frequencies it's on. The only difference between a 5G signal and a 4G signal is how often it checks for errors in the message. And all they did was they delay the number of error checks that occur in the signal by 30%, which increases the amount of bandwidth in any given frequency by about 30% because they get rid of the error checks. Literally, imagine making a sentence and broadcasting it across a string, and you want to say, "Did you hear me right?" And the person on the other end repeats back what they heard. That's effectively what's happening. And the less you can do that while still getting the signal across, the faster you can communicate information. So when we look at LTE or 4G or 3G or even 2G, okay, they're all broadcasting in exactly the same way. They slightly change how the information is grouped together within that pulse width modulation, and they change how often it checks for errors. But between 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G on the same frequency, there's no difference. And just as importantly, you could put a 2G signal in what our esteemed guest called millimeter wave at very high frequencies, 38, 48, 28, 12 gigahertz. You could easily broadcast 2G in those frequencies. There's no reason why you wouldn't, except we've developed much better ways of doing it. So it's more efficient to use 5G in those frequencies than it is to use 2G, okay? So, and just as vitally, if we look at frequencies, and this is the vital thing that we need to understand in this conversation, is that as technology improves, we broadcast less. We get quieter as a human race, specifically because our technology has improved. Consider WMUR that's broadcasting right now, okay, and the same frequencies that T-Mobile has 5G. Okay, and they're broadcasting a digital television channel, which uses pulse width modulation, which is just a variant of LTE at the time when it was developed. Okay, it's broadcasting right now, right at you, using exactly the same technology, exactly the same wave, in exactly the same format, because it's digital. When the digital transformation happened, it's broadcasting at 50,000 watts of power. That's 50 kilowatts. Your cell phone in that same range is less than 1 watt. 1 watt. Okay, one. Okay, so even we're 35, 40 miles from WMUR's tower, you're still getting over a kilowatt of energy in those same frequencies hitting your body right now. And it's at a frequency that goes through walls. Okay, so it's hitting you right now. And by the way, it's been hitting you your entire lives. Okay, with no change. Did anybody care about the television channel that was broadcasting or the radio channels? Because radio has gone digital. So every single radio channel uses the side of their frequencies. They made their regular analog frequency for old radios sound worse, and they use the side frequencies for digital. Well, it made it vastly more capable of carrying data, but it's pulse width modulated data. So literally every single radio station in the state is broadcasting at least a carrier wave, and most of the time they're broadcasting at least one, probably two, digital radio frequencies, and they're using exactly the same technology as cell phone service does to do it, and they're broadcasting at 50,000 watts on average. There's a few that are lower, okay? But that's coming into you all the time. Now, how many have heard about Starlink? Elon Musk, Starlink from SpaceX? I think everybody, right? Starlink is in 12 gigahertz, okay? So with the exception of millimeter wave 5G, that is vastly higher frequency than all other cell phone communication. We're talking just recently, the FCC just approved 3.5 gigahertz for cell phone service, okay? So we're talking at least 3 times more higher. Well, right now, Concord, where we're sitting, is in serviced area by Starlink at 12 gigahertz. And I just looked it up before I got in here. It's at 66 dB, which works out to 4.16 kilowatts of power broadcasting that's hitting us right now. So as soon as you go outside, no matter what this committee does, no matter what any actions are taken here, because you have no control over Starlink, you're getting orders of magnitude more radiation hitting you from the Starlink satellites than you are from any cell phone or any cell phone tower, because an average cell phone tower in the United States broadcasts between 100 and 300 watts. And it's really rare to see any one of them over 200 watts. And if you're talking about millimeter wave, they're less than half of that. So the higher the frequency, according to the FCC regulations, the lower the broadcast power. So if I'm in low band, okay, 700 megahertz, 800, 900 megahertz, we're talking 1 to 2 watts. If I'm in mid band, so 1700 megahertz to about 2700 megahertz, typically sometimes up to 3, depending on who you talk to, we're talking a half a watt of power that your cell phone's broadcasting. Okay, and the cell phone towers broadcast at half the power because they understand that the higher the frequency, the lower the power level has to be. So when we go and put those numbers in perspective, because just above Elon Musk Starlink is a form of phased PWM used by NOAA for weather satellites. They're broadcasting down on you, and they're broadcasting at 15 times more power than Starlink does on your bodies, and have been since 1979. The world gets a massive benefit from those satellites, because we know when a hurricane's going to hit. We didn't know these things before unless somebody flew a plane and happened to spot one and could report it. But we have these things now, and we have it because of this technology, which is pulse width modulation. So the key here is that everything in this room, the entire world, I mean, I don't know whether any of you saw, it's called The Current Wars, the movie between the war between Tesla and Edison, between AC and DC power. Everybody says that Tesla won that war because AC won, except actually he won a battle. The entire world is DC. Literally everything in this room, if it consumes electricity, is DC power. And DC power is run off pulse width modulation. Okay? So every single thing we do uses exactly the same thing. So there have been claims to this committee in the past that I've heard. They're disingenuous, saying that 5G is different than LTE or 2G or different than a network cable. It's not. They're identical. Okay. And I'll stress that there's been claims that, well, we could ban 5G because it really just uses LTE for its sending of data anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's not true anymore. T-Mobile's already turned on standalone 5G, which means that, and it's all over the state already. By the way, you can go to cellmapper.net and you can go and look at T-Mobile's coverage for New Hampshire, and there's 5G all over the state, and it's standalone. It does not use LTE. LTE will be phased out within the next 6 or 7 years because it's not like 2G. It's not a foundational protocol that requires voice. So the reason why 2G stayed around so long is because we didn't have a way of actually sending voice communication over 3G. So it skipped an entire progression before it got to LTE and we could do voice over LTE. So we had to, when we were 3G, you had to have 2G still. So it lasted from the mid-1990s all the way to this year. But that won't happen with LTE. We're talking 5 to 7 years at most before they start decommissioning LTE, because there's simply no reason to, because 5G handles voice and it's completely standalone. So if you ban 5G, you're banning the future of cell phone technology. And if you expect the cell phone companies to expend the money in New Hampshire to support legacy technology that likely won't even be built within the next 10 years, they won't actually build LTE radios, then you're going to send New Hampshire back into the Stone Age very, very quickly as the broadcast towers stop working and the cell phones stop supporting LTE. So it's just a matter of time before a decision made based on false assertions is going to cost New Hampshire technology and a technology lead and all of the things that come with technology. But the key point here, and going back to WMUR as an example, okay, we watch TV over the airwaves at 50,000 watts. We watch their digital television at 50,000 watts. Now on our cell phones with a half a watt in our pocket and less than 200 watts at the cell phone tower that's at a distance, okay, we're watching television. You can watch WMUR on your cell phone over your LTE and 5G connection at thousands of times less radiation hitting your body. Okay, this is true throughout history. So most people don't realize this, but when Sputnik went up, it broadcast at like 5,000 megawatts of power to get a single signal through. Okay, so the history of human endeavor to do with radios is to make them more efficient and less radiating. Everything gets less and less radiating and more quiet. So if you ban this technology, you're literally stopping the very thing that is going to actually improve the health of people. If you were to believe that there's actually something wrong with the technology and that it's dangerous, you're literally banning the technology that lessens the amount of radiation you're receiving from these devices. You're not actually stopping the radiation. They're just going to use the more radiative version of the old technology. And as our esteemed member said, Mimo limits your radiation even more. It makes it even more efficient and it has less. And the one last thing that I'd like to mention, so everybody asks, well, these radio waves, they do generate radiation and they do cause a side effect of heat. That was just the question that was asked. This is an important thing to talk about. Think of a bucket of water or a pot of water on your stove, right? My wife, my daughter who's watching us right now, they were just talking about this the other day. They were talking about why is the pot not boiling over, right? And my wife says it's because she turned the temperature down. Okay, so she reached an equilibrium where it was boiling, but it was not boiling all over the place. Okay, the important part there is that our bodies and everything around us radiate heat at a specific level. Well, the FCC knows exactly what that is. The FDA knows exactly what those numbers are with specificity in every single human body. Okay, so all of the input that goes in with the energy of these waves that generate heat, it would have to be higher than what our bodies can radiate that heat back out at to actually cause damage from the heat. It wouldn't cause damage from the actual radio waves because the universe has been spewing radio waves in exactly these frequencies and continues to do so at multiple levels higher than what we have today. The key is that it would have to broadcast it and generate so much focused energy in a specific spot where it actually heated your skin faster than your skin could radiate the heat, right? So if you've ever gotten a sunburn, when you burn, your skin's really hot. Well, a large part of a sunburn is actually caused by the fact that the solar rays, the ultraviolet, is so powerful that it's superheating your skin, and your skin can't release the heat. So most of the damage, most of the peeling from a sunburn actually happens as a result of the fact that your skin gets so heated so quickly by those radio waves, the light waves that are hitting you, that it causes the damage. It isn't actually the UV that's causing that. The UV breaks apart DNA, but it's actually the heat generated that causes everything that we normally associate with a sunburn. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing with radio waves. The difference is that at the levels we're talking about, it's 10 times less than what the equilibrium point is. Okay, so if you think about this, right? So if you've got your oven and it, or your stovetop, and it's got it dialed to 10, okay, and let's say 7 is where it keeps boiling, but it doesn't boil over. And if you went to 8, it would boil over. And you equate this to your cell phone, it's on less than 1. Okay, less than 1. So the water isn't even getting lukewarm. It would take over 2 hours of you on your phone with it pressed against your face before you would even notice any heat. And I guarantee most of the heat you would notice is simply because the cell phone itself trapped the heat against your skin that your body was already radiating. Okay, so it's vitally important to understand these things. And it's vitally important to understand that the technology behind 5G is no different than the technology behind 4G and everything that came before. There's nothing unique about it at all. Okay, so questions?
Representative Kelly Pitts.
Again, with my very simplistic mind, if the technology is the same, why won't some of the devices work?
They
We're
designed-
told
they
we're
weren't
told they
designed for
won't.
it. Right, so they weren't designed for it. So there's a hardware and a software component. Okay, so if you look at the way a radio is built, you're talking about a thing that is fluctuating millions of times a second. Okay, so if we go and look at a cell phone, it's fluctuating millions of times a second, and to do that, they can't do it in software to control it. They have to use a hardware algorithm. Okay, so the hardware itself generates the fluctuations because the software can't run fast enough to do it. So if I was to go and create a radio, they're called software-defined radios, you can buy them, to be able to go and generate an LTE or a 5G signal in low or mid-band, I can do this. You can buy these. They're off the shelf, and you plug your computer in. Okay, your cell phone has a chip that uses a few watts of power. That same software-defined radio doing the work that your cell phone is doing will use about 1 kilowatt of electricity and require the very fastest computers that you can buy from your local Best Buy will barely be able to keep up with the processing necessary to drive that radio. So each one of these cell phones has a specific piece of hardware that its only job is to actually control the broadcast and reception of those signals, because otherwise it would consume so much electricity nobody'd be able to have them in their pockets. That's why the original bag phones were so huge, and they plugged into 12 volt, and they used to even pop the breakers in your 12 volt cigarette lighter. And the reason why is because they were right at the limit of the cigarette lighter's fuse, because they were drawing so much power to be able to process it. Well, we've gotten so much better at building them in hardware that they use a watt or less. But the problem is that every single time you do that, it's specialized for the technology at that moment. As soon as a new technology comes out, a new frequency, they have to go and build a new specialized version that will handle those new frequencies. That's why they become obsolete. And part of that's, quite honestly, they want to sell you a new cell phone. So they will actually design the cell phones in a specific way so that they can apply that later. Okay?
Can I follow up? I just wanted to say that my 1960s transistor radio works fine.
For now, until they turn off analog radio.
I'm going to go Representative Lewicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You talked about WMUR transmitting 50 kilowatts, and you said 1 kilowatt would get to us. Now, is that to each of us as an individual, the whole city of Concord? It seems like an awful lot of energy going into me if I'm getting a whole kilowatt. I'm going to cook. So how would you separate that out?
So So power levels over the air in open air with no interference. So no trees, no walls, nothing. It uses the inverse proportional square law. Okay. So for every meter, because it's all in metric, for every meter, the power will drop by the square root of the frequency. Okay. So I did a back in the napkin calculation using an online calculator. I took 3 of them just so I made sure that I wasn't using a wonky one or something like that. And I looked at the distance from there to here, from where the tower is and Gulf's down to here. Okay. And came up with, because it's an omnidirectional antenna. So if you go and look at the FCC's diagrams for WMUR, you'll see off the top of that big stick, it's broadcasting relatively evenly relative to terrain, a signal that's in basically a circle, okay, or a cone that fires downwards, okay, and that's true of every single radio tower except for early AM radio that were in a phase three tower array. They're all basically omnidirectional, it was said before, okay? So everybody's getting an equal part of all of that radiation, okay? And it's hitting you, and because it's so low frequency, it's going through the walls, and the higher the frequency, so if you double the frequency, it will penetrate a solid object, the same solid object, half as much, okay? Yes, there are details, and I apologize to the scientists in the room because I'm simplifying, but effectively, if you take the same piece of concrete and double the frequency, it will go half as far through, or if it does go through the concrete, it will be half as powerful.
Thank you. Where does the 1 kilowatt go? Does it go to the whole city of Concord? Does it go to, you said 50 kilowatts out, that says 50 parts total there. And then you said something about 1 kilowatt. I'm trying to understand where that 1 kilowatt goes.
So Concord, based on its distance, open air directly from the tower, will get about 1 kilowatt right about here. I just took the middle of the State House. Okay. But if I was 5 miles down the road, it would be less than that. If I was in the Lakes region, it would be 10 times less than that. Okay. But if I'm in Manchester, it's significantly more than a kilowatt. Okay. So the closer you are to the tower, the stronger it is. But interestingly, with towers, they actually broadcast like this. So if you're standing at the base of that WMUR tower, you're probably not even going to be able to receive the channel.
Representative Platt?
I just want to thank you, Mr. Hanson, for teaching me how to write while you were speaking at 5G speeds.
Sorry. I know you guys are packed, so I try to speed up. So
Representative Harrington?
I guess my question would be, and I don't know if you have any answer to this or not, but it seems as if we're being inundated by all types of radiation constantly, of all different frequencies and wavelengths. And now we're trying to hone in on this one particular thing, cell phones. Do you have any concept of percentage-wise? In other words, if we were to make cell phones go away completely, how much would that reduce the overall radiation burden that we're absorbing as people? Would that be 10%, 50%, 2%? Any ideas?
I can't give you an exact number, but we're talking like 1 trillionth of 1%.
With the majority of that coming from the sun, I'm assuming?
The sun, cosmic radiation,
Radiation,
X-rays, you know, if a supernova goes off,
Yeah.
and when it hits the Earth, you'll get 100 million times more radiation than you will in your entire life otherwise, as an example. So if you take all of those sources and then you take natural radiation sources all over the globe that happen, lightning strikes, even friction in the air is generating radio frequencies. When you take the totality of that, plus all of the other noise that we have from
Television,
nuclear
radio,
reactors, you name it, even coal fire plants will generate radiation.
That's a pet peeve of mine. They actually they can emit more radiation than a nuclear plant can legally emit, but that's another issue.
Exactly, right? If you take in the totality of everything that's going on, it's minuscule, because just consider the number of computers that are in this building. Okay? And you're sitting right beside it. You're sitting in front of a screen probably this far away. If you just consider, that's broadcasting more radiation than your cell phone is. Okay? So, you know, and yes, you have to be specific that those are different types. And a lot of that might be X-rays, and there might be UV ray, it might be visible light and stuff like this. but we're talking about the most safe type of radiation. Okay, we're talking about the least damaging radiation that 100+ years of evidence proves. I mean, Ben Franklin was literally doing experiments on this stuff. Okay, so we've had a lot of experience with this, and there's no evidence that this isn't the most safe form of radiation that you can experience.
In a quick follow-up. I know you're not a medical doctor, but you've obviously been associated with this cell phone and radiation for quite some time. You know, we have people coming in here telling us, absolutely, it's safe. If you stay below these limits, it's, 50 times less than anything that's going to hurt you, et cetera, et cetera. That we get other people coming in and saying, I'm sick from cell phone towers. Do you have any plausible, is there an explanation of that? Have you heard anything that would lead us to understand why certain people at least believe they're very sick because of this?
So first of all, I hold 5 patents in epidemiology. I wrote the software that's used for all distributed epidemiology in the United States through the FDA, through the Sentinel program. You can look me up.
I
from
stand
PubMed.
corrected. You're much more qualified to answer the question than I thought, so by all means do.
I am not a medical doctor. I am a statistician. Okay. And I've written statistical analysis that goes directly to epidemiology. So there's 2 issues when you look at statistics that really throw people for a loop. And I'm going to use an example. I'm going to use the dirty word in the room. It's called ivermectin. When we look at the studies that have been done on ivermectin, the reason why you'll find 15 studies and all draw 15 separate conclusions is specifically because of what's called a multivariant problem. The same thing occurs with vitamin D. Okay, so you have to control for all of the variables. Okay, and when we're talking about radiation, it's effectively impossible. So if anybody's ever tried to go and look at their vitamin numbers, they go and get a vitamin test done to see exactly what their levels of vitamin are, and then they try and modify their diet to try and address those numbers, and they completely and utterly fail. Okay, and almost everybody does. The reason why is because there's so many moving variables, including even men's time of the month will affect a male's values for their vitamin deficiency or otherwise. Okay, even the time of day will change those numbers. So it's almost impossible to control these things because there are so many variables. Okay, so if I look at one study on radiation, non-ionizing radiation, and I look at another one, it could be so as an example, your microwave uses 2.4 gigahertz, which is right in the middle of mid-band. It's broadcasting away like crazy, right? Well, it boils water. Okay, so it has a deep effect on water. It doesn't have a deep effect on anything else because that's not the harmonic frequency that if you vibrate the thing at, it won't boil water, right? Well, but if I use 2.6, I could boil something else. You can literally turn aluminum into liquid if you fire the right radio waves at the right frequency and the right strength. You can literally melt it, right? You can do the same thing with mercury or any other element. They all have a sympathetic frequency. So just changing it slightly will change your results. They may not be meaningful, but they'll change your results. And this is the important part of epidemiology, is that we look at the totality of the evidence from multiple different levels and average out, and this is the same thing in climate change data and other fields. We try and average out the noise to try and eliminate those false positives and false negatives, and it's called the P rate. Okay, so you'll see this in studies all the time. It's called the P rate, and that's the estimation using a really, really, really tight formula of how much noise could be affecting your results. Okay, if you look at the P rate of most of these studies, it is embarrassingly low. Okay, meaning that it is very, very, very low confidence that there isn't other noise in the numbers. That's why you get this.
Excuse
and then
me
you
just for
also
one
get straw
second,
man.
please. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm trying to get back to do you know of any reason these people are not dealing with statistics? They're dealing with their health. They say, I've got a piece here from a woman from my town who says she has her blood treated and all this other stuff. She's run up $80,000 worth of bills, and she claims it's all because of exposure to cell towers, and that's why she moved. Is there any, can you know of why these things are happening other than, I don't think this person's making up her illness, but is there anything out there that you've heard of? Because you've obviously very experienced in the field.
So there's no scientific evidence anywhere, and I scoured before I do this testimony, and I really, really work hard to try and understand all the perspectives on this stuff. There's no evidence of any syndrome, disease, or otherwise of sensitivity to radio frequencies. Okay. However, I will say that you can't prove a negative. Okay. So all I can tell you is right now, there's no evidence of this occurring. And I would make the point that these people have been exposed to these exact frequencies since the advent of television. Okay. So if they were going to experience what they're experiencing now, given that television is at as high power, if not higher, and the same thing with radio even before that, I mean, Marconi broadcast at megawatts, okay, we would be seeing other people long before recent history have this. My wife's a behaviorist. She's a director of special ed. We saw this with autism. Okay, so autism, everybody thinks that autism came about in 1992 or so. It exploded throughout the country. Unfortunately, that's not true. We just didn't diagnose it. So we had a whole pile of people that had autism were suffering in silence. We have, if you go back and look at the behavior of Einstein, Newton, Marie Curie, they all had autism, or at least apparently did, based on their behavior and comments that people made. And they were never diagnosed. It still existed. Okay. So we discovered that we weren't treating autism and diagnosing autism effectively. So rates of autism went through the roof. Okay. But what we also have discovered is that you can diagnose autism at 5 months before any vaccinations have occurred. And I would draw a direct parallel to that because we've confused correlation with causation. Okay. And it's very important. And I'm very sympathetic to everybody on these topics. And I would love for medical science to figure out what's going on with these people that do have these conditions, because we need to fix it. But at the same point, we have to recognize that correlation is not causation, and we're not controlling the variables. So we simply can't know, but all of the controlled data says, it's like the greenhouse effect. We know for a fact the greenhouse effect exists because if you fill a fish tank, seal it, and you fill it with CO2, the fish tank will heat up faster than the tank that has regular oxygen in it. We know that for a fact. Okay, but then you put it in the wider systemic ecosystem, and then all of a sudden it becomes not so clear. It becomes much more difficult to control and understand, right? And that's why all the projections are off so wildly, is because we don't know all of the things that are going on, all the inputs. But we do know that if you go and put a hand in a box that is sealed as a Faraday cage, and you expose it to radio waves below ionizing radiation, you will not see any DNA damage, no matter how long you leave it in there. At whatever rate you want to broadcast it at, you will not see any DNA damage whatsoever. You will see heat buildup. They will tell you that their hand's getting uncomfortable because of the heat. If you expose it to their ears at specific frequencies, they will experience pain as a result of doing that, because it's a specific frequency that causes your eardrum to vibrate and cause pain. But what it won't do is it will not cause DNA damage. It will not cause your cells to break down. It will not cause your red blood cells to deform or do any of these other claims. It just doesn't happen. So there is absolutely probably something going on that we don't understand that is correlative to cell phones, but not caused by cell phones.
Yeah, I'd like to say a few words. Thank you much for your presentation, and I am thankful that you mentioned the phrase correlation versus causation, because I think we use that phrase here often. Obviously, people are experiencing difficulties in certain areas that seem to correlate with certain types of technology, but causation may still be up in the air. The bill that we had before us here had suggested that a safe distance of, I forget, 1,760 feet or something like that, 1640, I'm sorry, would be an acceptable solution to help with some of these people's issues. I don't know what your feeling would be of that distance. I would like to get your thoughts on that distance, but also, is there, there's there's maybe the very best way you can build something, and then maybe there's something that will still work, but maybe give a little relief to someone else, even though it may or may not be the cause for it. So I guess I'll ask you the same question. Is there anything with this technology, and I don't mean just the new 5G, but just anything going up there, is there anything that could be redesigned or repositioned in a way that at least we might say that we're attempting to mitigate some of these people's issues that they have, even though we're not quite sure what's causing them?
So there, is that on? There we go. So to answer the first part of your question, I understand exactly where the 1,760 feet, it's what, 500 meters or whatever the actual number is, rounded. I understand where that number comes from. It's using the inverse square law that I used a little while ago to come up with what's the dissipation in open air of these frequencies that will get you to a specific lower level. Okay. I'll note that millimeter waves don't even go through glass. Okay. So if you're using a millimeter wave 5G signal and you stand in front of that window and there was a light pole on the street right back here that had a millimeter wave broadcast, your signal would be 95% less just going through the glass. And if you walked along the wall, it would be gone. And it would automatically fall back to mid-band and low-band frequencies. Okay, so it's dubious to me that without outright banning millimeter wave, that number is meaningless, because there's no way that you can get 765 feet away where millimeter wave is actually going to be useful. Okay, so literally, if you go and put in that limitation, you're effectively ending millimeter wave. And I will tell you that you are going to absolutely harm the least privileged in our community by doing so, because the most cost-effective way to deliver internet and thus technology, which is the number one indicator for somebody having access to being able to rise up the ladder in our society, is having access to information and education. If you go and ban this technology, you're banning the cheapest, most affordable, and most accessible form of internet that we have in the world. Okay. And even if you were to do so, and I'm going to stress this because it's vital, is that Starlink is literally broadcasting it over your head right now. So the second you step outside and you're not under a concrete wall, you're getting it. So no amount of bans in New Hampshire is going to stop that, because that's federal. You can't stop it. It's been approved by the FCC. Okay. So it would be a token gesture at best in New Hampshire to go and ban this, because it's just not going to happen. And for the record, Jeff Bezos' competitor to Starlink uses 18 gigahertz, even higher frequency. So if you think that, well, 12 gigahertz is okay, but 18 isn't, there's no real actual functional difference.
And I did have a second part of the question was, is there anything that could be done with installation designs that could at least pay homage to the fact that, you know, a little further away, maybe vertical or horizontal, whichever way it is, would any of that make any difference at all, or be in any way contributory to perhaps finding out if the people have less of an issue?
So there's actually technology built into 5G and LTE, which is Mimo, which we talked about. So you're effectively and cumulatively getting about 1/1024th the power. So 1/1024th the amount of exposure in any given period of time as a result of that technology, because that's the cycle frequency of 5G. And a Mimo is it will cycle and reframe the antenna and rephase the antenna 1,024 times a second. Okay. And the second generation of 5G, which will just be continually added onto, and your phone will likely have to be replaced. When they go and add that on, the next version quadruples that to 4096. Okay. So you're going to get less and less radiation as 5G continues to develop, because the Mimo is the number one way that they increase the amount of bandwidth that they have in any given frequency range. So it is going to get better over the lifespan. So as an example, LTE has 23, I believe, different versions of it. Okay. And every single one of those got better. Every single one of those used less and less power. 5G is going to do exactly the same thing. We're on version 7. There's every reason to believe that there's going to be at least 20 variations of that before we get to 6G. So every single version of it will get better. Okay. But the difference between vertical and horizontal that you might hear about is only the antenna. Okay. So if you have an antenna that's shaped vertically, okay, it's not going to receive a horizontal polarity properly because the slit's like this, the radio waves like this, it can't fit. But if it's vertical like this and the radio waves this way, it can come in and it will be amplified through the horn of the receiver. Okay, so if anybody's got a radar detector, you don't have to admit it. But if you have a radar detector, this is you can absolutely prove this to yourself right now. Go find a police officer, a friendly police officer that's broadcasting on his radar gun, and just turn your radar detector sideways. The signal will drop in half because police radar broadcasts horizontally, and if you turn it this way, it will receive less than half because the signal will be less. It will not be amplified as much through the feed horn. Okay, so the human body, yes, is vertical, but we're talking about waves that are in centimeters and things like this. You know, millimeter wave is smaller than the width of an average man in signal strength and width, versus other ones like low band is feet and meters wide, right, and even longer. So you're still going to pick it up, and there's not going to be any significant large difference between it. And it's built the way it is because the way it's designed maximizes the coverage area at a given strength. So if you go and do anything else, it's going to be less efficient, which is going to mean you're going to either have to increase the strength, or more likely you're going to have to increase the number of towers to cover the same number of people. Okay.
Thank you. Representative Brahmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. So first, let's talk about millimeter waves. My understanding is that that experiment hasn't worked that well. That some of the companies are thinking of banning or already abandoned that strategy because of, like what you were saying, it's very low frequency, doesn't go through walls very well. It's subject to interference, trees, whatever it might be. So is that a true statement? Is that from your perspective, has that kind of failed, the millimeter wave concept? And they've
By all indications, the answer is yes, to an extent. So there are specific uses where it's being used, and I think it's being used very effectively. But if you actually look at any of the cell phone companies' deployment, they all have maps on their website. You can go and look them up that show where their millimeter coverage is. They started mass deployments in New York City and a few other heavy urban populations, and they've all but stopped. Okay,
that's
there is some new developments that are occurring that I'm aware of that are really complex ways of broadcasting that may change that. But I don't think that functionally you're going to see massive widespread distribution. And honestly, I don't even know if there's anywhere in New Hampshire where it would actually make monetary sense to deploy millimeter wave. You might in like downtown Concord, or maybe in a shopping mall, or let's say in Fisher Cat Stadium, right? Something like that. That's where it would make sense. If you've got 30,000 people for a baseball game, and it's all open air because everybody's sitting in the stadium, that's an ideal spot to use millimeter wave, okay? Because you have so much bandwidth, and it's open air, and there's nothing obstructing you, so you can directly fire the beam right at wherever the cell phone is, and it will just work, okay?
Right.
But in a city street, even with Mimo bouncing off walls and things like this, it appears, and obviously AT&T, Verizon, and all the rest of them that might come in here may disagree, and they may say that they're going to start new deployments, but when you go and look at their maps and you look at their applications for deployment, you're just not seeing it. Like literally, Vermont goes and puts every single one of their cell phone towers is actually publicly available online. You can see the application for them, and they approve them at the state level. So it actually creates an ideal environment to you see exactly what's being deployed. If you go through those filings, which I have, as far as I can find anywhere in any of their documentation, there are literally 0 cell phone towers in the entire state of Vermont, even in Burlington, that have deployed 5G millimeter wave.
Right. Thank you for that.
And as
Now-
far as I can tell, here in New Hampshire, there are 0 as well.
Right. So one thing the 5G Commission that I chaired again, that we concluded right early on that 5G is a marketing concept, and that what we're really talking about is radiation in general. So we kind of morphed as a 5G commission to a radiation commission, if you will. So let me use your MUR example. So someone's not going to build a house run underneath that tower now, are they?
There are restrictions, and most of those are actually to do with the tower falling down, as to how far away from the towers have to be, and it's mostly to do with the risk of it getting hit by lightning because it's a massive
So if
lightning
the,
rod.
if
and
the
things like that.
powers, if the pole is, I don't know how, those are pretty high, right? Those are, I don't
Yeah,
know.
they can be 1,000 feet high or more, but there are people
So-
that live right beside radio towers.
But power density, I mean, it's all about power density. I mean, it's the watts per meter squared. I
Right.
agree with you 100% on that. And so if it's broadcasting at 500, whatever you said, 500 watts,
50,000 watts
50,000
for
watts, I'm
average
sorry,
TV
50,000
channel.
watts. So how far away would it be safe for someone to even be near it, underneath the antenna?
Underneath it, the signal's so weak that it's irrelevant.
Because
But
it's going that way.
because it creates a cone. If you're
Right.
underneath it, like
Right.
if you go and stand right underneath the cell phone tower, just go find one, you'll find that you have very little signal off that tower. But as soon as you step out into the cone, it will get significantly stronger. So I'm not aware of the exact FCC regulations, but I can tell you that there is very, very low limitations on how close to a tower you can be. Because as an example, before the World Trade Center happened, the top of the World Trade Center had literally every single television channel in New York was broadcasting off the top of the World Trade Center. They lost 90% of their cell phone coverage for their backbone because virtually all the low band frequency coverage for New York City that would get you into parking garages and things like this was broadcasting off the World Trade Center. And literally there were people inhabiting the floor immediately below the tower.
So let's get back to the 500 meter thing.
Mhm.
So we were looking for a solution, and we looked at the research out there, and yes, there's research and there's research. I agree with you on that. But it seemed like the studies that we saw showed epidemiological studies. I mean, that actual cancers and things like that. That once you hit around 500 meters, that seemed to be where, studies shown that the cancer rates go level off. That was the basis of our conclusion. So all we're trying to do here today is to say, is there a compromise? I mean, I asked myself, how far away would I want a cell tower from forget about the 5G, the small cell towers. Let's talk about the big cell towers, which have multiple antennas on them, by the way, all broadcasting at the same time
At very low wattage.
at very low wattage.
At 100 to 300 watts of power. There isn't a cell phone tower in the United States that broadcasts over a kilowatt.
Right.
And those are only in the Midwest,
Right.
where they cover hundreds of miles.
Right. So how safe would you feel? How
I've climbed towers that were active. To answer your
no,
question,
but living next to one is a different story. I mean, you have a constant buildup of exposure over time. So
no, that's not true. Let's be specific. It's exactly like my pot of water boiling example. You have to have an excess amount of energy, more than whatever the body is that it can radiate out, before you have any buildup at all. Okay? So literally, it's exactly the same thing as if I boil that water. If I can go to a 7 and I get a perfect boil, and I go to 8 and it boils over, if I stay at 7, I have no excess radiation and no buildup, because it's literally the same thing. We're just talking about heat radiation, it's a radio wave, okay, versus a cell phone tower. So until you get past that tipping point of radiation, there is literally no buildup. And in fact, your body will radiate out all of it back to zero, and it won't build up at all.
But you're still talking about heat. But
Heat
the-
and
the-
radio
the-
waves are the same thing.
Yeah, but there are studies showing that there's impact on DNA.
Only in ionizing radiation above UV.
I don't know. I just talked about the American Toxicology Program study. that
Every
showed-
single study, well,
This was a
ma-
$30 million study by the federal government.
Right. So I've looked at all of these studies, and maybe this is a new one from the last time that I spoke before this committee, and literally every single one of them was either withdrawn or had significant issues identified with it upon research when I researched them. Okay. Every single study that made a positive assertion about correlation and causation to radio waves and cancer or any other DNA damage. Okay. There are no studies by the FDA, and I understand after the last years that some people may or may not put weight in that, but there are no accepted studies by the FDA that have not been withdrawn that show that there is any possibility of DNA damage below ultraviolet.
Well, again, a year ago, we had the folks who were involved in the study that I was just talking about testifying to us. And
Right.
at that point, they didn't withdraw anything. So I just want to point that
Go
out.
onto the FDA's website.
Again, the
It's
FDA
not
does,
there.
the FDA doesn't do studies. That's
The
part of
FDA
issue.
accepts the studies, and they're there for this purpose. And there are multiple studies and submissions and working groups within the FDA on this
Right.
exact topic. So, while there are lots of studies that suggest that there may be something, there are absolutely none that I am aware of, none that the WHO even admits, okay, because they've studied this backwards and forwards and have made these exact same claims. There are no studies that even the WHO, who is absolutely obsessed with this, admits show causality.
Well, WHO causes it they call it what's that, second level carcinogen, group 2B carcinogen.
Probable, but also the state of
Why
California
would they do
also,
that? Why would they do that? Hedging their bets?
for exactly the same reason that the state of California calls virtually every single thing that is made by human beings cancer causing.
Hedging their bets.
I don't want to ascribe motivation because I don't know their motivation, but if you look in California because of Prop 65 or whatever it is, basically every single thing that you buy shows a label on the bottom saying that this has been is known by the state of California to probably cause cancer.
So-
It's exactly the
So
same
one
justification.
last question, Mr. Chair.
I
One last
think-
question, Mr.
Well,
Chair.
all right, make it quick, please.
Okay. So is there any distance that you would think would be reasonable for setback on a cell tower from someone's home or property?
I would say whatever the FCC regulations for risk of lightning strike and towers falling is probably also a reasonable setback. And I'm sure the FCC actually has a setback for how close you can actually be. I don't know exactly what the regulation is based on a given wattage. I would say that those regulations are based in science, based on safe testing, that all of the evidence shows this. And even, I'll give you an example, there was a claim about 10 years ago that police officers were having higher levels of testicular cancer because they were leaving their radar guns in their laps turned on. Turned out to be fiction. They're literally, and to be clear, a radar gun broadcasts well more than a cell phone tower does, and they were putting it in their laps. And that same study was withdrawn because they didn't control for all the variables. So literally, a police officer putting a radar gun blasting away on his lap is not causing cancer. Okay, so I would suggest that the FCC's numbers are absolutely accurate and quite honestly very pessimistic.
Then why did the firefighters in California win their case? And there's no towers on top of the fire stations any longer in California.
A legal verdict is not a scientific verdict. There are countless cases of courts ruling in favor of plaintiffs based on an emotional response to horrific events that had nothing to do with science.
Okay, we're into our lunch period here. I'll take one last question from Representative Lewicki. But before that, how many other people are here that wanted to speak today? We will have another interim study meeting, but it won't be until the fall. But I'm just trying to get a judge for right now how many people want to speak. Okay, so we can break for lunch, and let's have one last question, and then we can determine what time to get back from lunch.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Returning to the actual bill, might not a standard based upon street level exposure in watts per square centimeter or any unit of measurement be more sensible than something arbitrary, saying 500 meters for everything? Because clearly a 2-watt transmitter at lamppost level is going to be a whole lot less of an issue than a cell phone tower doing hundreds of watts.
Absolutely. So, as I said, the obvious number for that would literally be the tipping point. It's exactly like the pot of water. If the water boils over, you obviously have too much radiation, too much heat being generated, which can damage your skin, exactly like a sunburn where your skin peels and things like this. So literally that would obviously be an excellent limit to use as a measurement scientifically. The good news is that the FCC regulations are 1/10 that.
Okay, I guess we'll break for lunch because we have more speakers for this session, and we can come back here by 1:15, and hopefully we'll finish up this session before too long after that with our additional speakers.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 20 past 1, so I guess we can get going on this. I understand that we're going to do this next session in the form of a panel, so if I'd like to have everyone's names, it would be great for the record and for the clerk's enjoyment.
You want to start, sir? I'll start. I'm Gary Woods. I'm a representative from Merrimack 23, serving Bow and Dunbarton. I served on the 5G Commission back in the day. A little bit of my background. The reason I'm going to say some of the things I'm going to say is I was originally a physicist and did work with quantum mechanics and molecular orbital theory relative to light and molecular interactions. Then did my graduate at Berkeley and that little school on the West Coast. And then did my graduate work at Hopkins before I went into medicine and retired as an orthopedic hand surgeon. Along the way, I did serve on National Council for Scientific Affairs for the AMA and have stayed involved with a lot of physics and its relationship to medicine.
I'm Ken Chamberlain. I too served on the New Hampshire Commission. While I served on the commission, I was professor and chair in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of New Hampshire. Right now I've left the university. I'm working as a founder in a high-tech startup company. I think the message there is I'm very much in favor of high-tech, and there's nothing that I would suggest that would impair that moving forward with high-tech. So everything that we're going to be talking about can be done hand in hand with the promotion of high-tech. I think that's about all I have to say about me. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Chamberlain. And he did also serve on the New Hampshire Commission that investigated this issue. My name is Cecilia Doucette from Ashland, Massachusetts. I'm the director of Massachusetts for Safe Technology, as well as an international nonprofit called Wireless Education. Like many of you, I had no idea there was anything to be concerned about with biological effects of today's wireless technology. I ran many campaigns for our local school district that helped us to bring technology in, wireless infrastructure, iPads, Chromebooks, smartboards, minis. And then one night, a friend of mine who's an electrical engineer tipped me off that there could be biological effects. I am a master's level technical and professional writer. And so I began to do my own investigation into the science. And I was astounded to find literally thousands of peer-reviewed studies all over the world showing that today's wireless technology is indeed highly bioactive. And we helped my public school district in Ashland, Massachusetts become the first in the United States to begin taking precautionary measures with radio frequency. So today's message is certainly not no technology, but now that we have the science showing it is extraordinarily biologically active, it's time to bring the pendulum back into the center and learn how to deploy today's technology safely. House Bill 1644 is a really wonderful start to that. I would like to correct something in the record that was stated earlier today, in that when you get to that 500-meter mark or 1,640 feet, that's where it stops. It's not. That's where the slope begins to drop off. We don't catch up till death rates in the regular population until double that amount at about 1,000 meters. So it is already a compromise to do a 500-meter setback when the science is showing us that the death rates, the neurological impacts with sleep, anxiety, depression, and other neurotoxicities are happening well within that range of 500 meters.
This is a panel, so feel free to jump in to state your next statement.
Okay, want me to go next? Okay. So something that was stated earlier in earlier presentations is that science does not show harm from a radiation exposure, at least not below non-ionizing and non-thermal. But that's not what we found on the commission. Remember, you formed the commission, the legislature formed the commission to kind of figure out what's going on because there's been a lot of contradictory information out there. So the commission was formed to bring together the right people with the right expertise to really come up with a definitive answer about what's going on with regards to radiation. So people were brought in like physicians, a couple of physicians, epidemiologists, toxicologists, physicists, people with a background to understand what's going on, to be able to interpret the scientific literature, and then come up with a report that says what's going on. And we've done that. Back in 2020, in November, we released our report, and that report's pretty clear that there is harm from exposure to radiation, from low-level radiation like what you get from a cell tower and like what you get from your cell phone. We didn't make a distinction between 5G and 4G because what we found is that radiation from any of these sources, particularly digital radiation, has roughly the same effect. And we can talk more about that in a moment because that effect has been documented many, many times. But what I wanted to talk about was how do we know that? And this is something that, of course, is very important. How did you come to your conclusions? Well, we brought in experts is one thing. And so we brought in 9 experts with backgrounds related to cell phone radiation exposure or radiation exposure period and health. And all of those 9 experts, except one, told us about the dangers of cell phone radiation in very clear terms. The one outside expert that we brought in that said that there's no harm associated with radiation exposure was a representative from the cell phone industry. And the only paid person, all of the other experts that came in and talked to us were volunteers. And this is the only paid person, and the paid person, the only who said that there is no harm associated with exposure. So going back, and I'm sorry to be going on and on about this, but it's important. I was listening, to what people were saying earlier, and I just totally disagree. Because the science is crystal clear. Why else would a group like the New Hampshire Commission that was convened by the legislature, why would we come up with some statement about harm when there is no harm? None of us were getting paid. None of us are affiliated. All the signers of the majority report, I should say, are not affiliated with the cell industry. So why would we come up saying that there's harm when there is no harm? And how did we come up to that conclusion? Well, the first thing I did when I was appointed to the commission is I started reading. I went to the peer-reviewed journals and started reading. And by the way, one function I performed on the commission was to help vet the refereed journals. When you'll hear from the cell industry that the only issues or only articles that show harm are those from fringe journals and that they're cherry-picked. So one function I performed was to vet those articles because I was an associate editor for IEEE Transactions, a prestigious journal. So what I did when I first started finding articles showing harm, I got together with our college librarian, PhD in library sciences, to say, hey, are these fringe journals? How could we identify a fringe journal? What are they all about? Well, so what we did is we found the articles that made these claims, very strong claims about harm associated with radiation exposure, and started looking at those journals. Is this a fringe journal? And the answer, just saying it very quickly, is no. High-quality journals with people from recognized universities making claims about the harm. There are no fringe journals, or there are fringe journals, but we did not use fringe journals. We use high-quality journals in coming to our assumptions. Now, the other thing they claim is that we do cherry picking. But let's look at that. Let's look at the numbers. Back in 2010, fully 28% of the articles about radiation harm, 28% of them from the industry-funded studies showed harm. So only 28% of industry-funded studies showed harm in 2010. Now, to me, that would be a concern, but apparently to industry it wasn't. But in that same year, it was over 60% of non-industry funded studies showed harm. So you're seeing a pattern there. But now let's fast forward to 2020. And in that year, over 90% of studies performed by anybody showed oxidative stress as being associated with exposure to fields. Now, oxidative stress, that has to do with free radicals. Many of you have heard of them. Oxidative stress. Oxidative stress leads to inflammation, which leads to cancer. So there is a well-known mechanism that is shown in the majority of papers, well over the majority of scientific papers. So this isn't just something obscure that we're making up. No, we have hard science showing this to be the case. Either of you want to take it from there?
You'll have to bear with me. I'm going to try and explain a couple of basic physics principles in terms that will help you understand some of the terms that have been used, but also the implications of some of the processes that are in place. Again, I would like to emphasize that at no time has there been any discussion of being anti-technology. It's the careful use of technology that we're after. And I emphasize again and again, having been in physics and medicine, technology is taking off at an unbelievable rate. Our social cultural parameters for which we deal with that are coming along at a percolating pace. We're not able to keep up. And we see that across the board. Another commission I'm on is the PFAS, or the perfluorocarbon. Again, Teflon, everybody loves Teflon, but it's perfluorocarbons. And look what we're dealing with. Some of the artificial turf is PFA. And that leaches in. So we're struggling with our technology. What do we do with it? And that requires us to think about the science as well. I would like to hit on a couple of points. One is the pot of boiling water. That's a good analogy for what's called macroscopic consideration. In other words, our size. Except we're dealing with interactions of radiation at the micro level. The physics is very different at the micro level. The boiling pot water boils at 212, but that doesn't mean all molecules are running around at the same rate. Some you can see even are boiling off, and some are not. The temperature you measure is an average. Some are much hotter and off as they go into space. Some are not. So that's what I mean by we're looking at it by sticking the thermometer in the boiling pot. That's a macroscopic, but we know at the microscopic level, things are very different. And that's what we have to keep in mind, that that can rule the world. Just like we found like COVID-19 is how big? And it's ruling the world right now. So the microscopic is really crucially important for us. To look at the microscopic, we have to use terms like statistical thermodynamics. And we see that happen even with ice. You put ice out on the pavement, even though it stays below 32 degrees, you come back in a few days and the ice is gone. It sublimates because the activity, nothing sits still, even at zero. Things are moving around.
And 1 second, please. The clerk has a question.
I'm trying to clerk and use the word I didn't catch. Statistical what?
Thermodynamics.
Thank you. Now I heard it.
That's okay. Sorry about that. So even though it's below 32 degrees, there are certain molecules that are moving faster and they pop off into the atmosphere. And eventually they all pop off because things are moving around and they disappear. Yes.
Isn't that evaporation?
Well, in a sense, it's called sublimation when it's from the solid state into the gaseous phase. It's from a liquid to the gaseous phase is evaporation. Okay, the same idea, but yes, that's. So what we're saying is that the bonds that hold molecules together in ice are broken and can disappear into the atmosphere, sublimation, or in the case of water, evaporation. So we have to make sure we focus on the microscopic. The term ionization is the next term I'd like to address. And the role of ionization is crucial for our bodies, okay? But our whole body is ionized. How do your nerves work? by transporting ions across membranes. Potassium and sodium ions are transported across membranes. That's how you get electrical conduction. Muscle contraction. How do your muscles work? By controlling ions. Calcium ions in what are called the lateral cisternae in a sarcomere, the little unit of your muscle, get released. That causes the contracture. But that we're controlling ions. We love ions. Our whole body's ion. How do your bones grow? Their bones grow because of what's called piezoelectricity. The bones bend, and that causes a change in the physical separation, or in a sense, local ionization. And that stimulates the cells nearby that sense that charge difference, and they put down some calcium. So we're full of ions. Our whole body's ionized. So it's not ions themselves, it's how they're misused. Okay? The last complicated term I'd like to explain, which has a significant difference, and I actually did a lot of work in this area. It's called proton tunneling, and I'll explain what that means. Water is made of hydrogen, which is basically a proton and electrons, basically, okay? Now, when DNA comes together, we know how DNA is put together. They're sort of like fingers, and there's hydrogens here, and they come together and they bond by hydrogen bonding, okay? Hydrogen bond on one side of the DNA says, oh, I want the proton. The other side of the DNA says, no, I want the proton. And so this proton is caught in between, and there's called a potential barrier. In other words, it's on this side, and there's a barrier like a wall, and the proton sits on one side of that wall with one molecule. The other molecule here can't get it because there's a wall there. But in quantum mechanics, there's a certain probability that that proton can sneak through the wall and get on the other side. Well, what happens if that happens? Well, T then becomes an A when it's red, and a G becomes a C when that's red. You have an error. Well, our bodies can control that to some degree. Notice I said to some degree. But that can occur even at just room temperature, that proton tunneling. It doesn't take a level of ionizing radiation to make that happen. That's at a very low level. And that was discussed in a paper by a fellow named Per Olof Lövdin in 1963 when I was a senior at Berkeley. And I thought, well, that's pretty cool. So I began studying it myself. And he postulated back then, because of this proton tunneling, that errors might occur. And indeed, we know that that can be the case. We know that these hydrogen bonds also play not just in DNA, but in almost every reaction in our body. Our body is controlled by little gadgets, proteins called enzymes. Enzymes are collected into a mass, and their structure, their three-dimensional structure, is absolutely crucial for the activity that they perform. If that shape is changed, we have a problem. Enzyme doesn't work, or it works in a way that's detrimental. Again, those are hydrogen bonds that do that. There's that proton tunneling sneaking up again, running through the tunnel. So DNA, enzyme control through the proteins. So that is a major factor, and it is at a level that is way down below the ionization level. Lastly, I would like to introduce to you a term called the superposition principle. Some places would call it resonance. In other words, these activities working together, okay? And it's very easy to, an example would be, you have your grandchild. I say grandkids because I do it with my granddaughter all the time. She likes to be out on the swing. So what do? You get behind the swing, you push. Okay? Comes back again, a little bit of a push. You don't push very hard, but you keep the swing. If even just a little bit of extra, she goes higher. That means you're in sync. Okay? You're in resonance. Now, if you pushed when she was coming back with the same force, she'd come to a stop. So you're out of resonance. And the same thing can happen inside molecules. This force, that force, that force come together, and they're all little forces, but when they come together, uh-oh, big time, you run into some problems, potentially run into some problems. So much for the technical stuff, but I think these are issues that are crucially important in understanding, not the macroscopic, not the boiling pot of water, but the actual interaction at the molecular level, which we know happens. And I hearken back as early as 1963, Per Olivine published a paper saying, hey guys, this happens. And I've tried to stay up with it since, but sorry for the technical aspect. I'll try to answer questions if I can.
Representative Brahmi.
Yeah, so Dr. Woods, you're saying that with enough radiation all around us, that the potential of the interaction of that radiation with these mechanisms is part of the issue.
Absolutely, they can work together. They don't have to work independently. The whole issue of what's called superposition.
And that's the basis of some of the more recent papers that are coming out on this issue.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you.
Representative Platt.
I heard you, listened to you. What is different about 5G as opposed to television that's causing, in your view, any difference?
No, we're not. As was pointed out by Representative Abrami, the term 5G was used as a guidepost, but it became very clear that we had to be aware of all radiation, and we did. We looked at that. So the issue of 5G, that its energy range carries more energy than longer wavelength. The shorter the wavelength, the higher the energy or frequency. The wavelength and frequency are sort of interchangeable. So once you get up into the higher frequency range, they carry more energy, and that's really the concern. But we didn't restrict ourselves just to that.
Representative Calipitz, you have a question?
About 4 hours ago, I suggested cumulative effect. So if we have to shave that effect and we can't eliminate, I mean, and you take people's cell phones away, you talk about revolution. I mean that. I'm serious. And it also can be an addiction. What then are we to do?
We have to find ways, such as having your cell phone automatically stop radiating when you're not using it. And that can be done already with technology on your cell phones. You can have it such, you can pick when it's radiating or not. But ideas like that, so you minimize it as much as you potentially can, being aware of these other factors that come into play. But get industry on board to help us eliminate and diminish both the intensity, the frequency, and the proximity with the radiation. Again, it's smart usage, not non-usage.
So may I follow up? On my particular cable box, I can, after a certain amount of time, it'll shut off if I'm not watching it.
Okay.
Does that save radiation by just shutting it off?
Yes, I mean, the radiation that's going to occur, sure, yeah, if you shorten the time, yes.
But if you just shut your phone off, does that?
Not necessarily,
Not-
because it's still
okay.
receiving and
Signal.
Yeah, it's still interacting. Just because you're not talking doesn't mean that it's not interacting.
So does that mean, again, with a simplistic mind that I have and all my chemistry and other classes that came rolling back like a nightmare, do I do it's the proximity. So what's right close to us, like this particular, these things in here and his computer, those things are, are radiating. But when we add something bigger, like a higher frequency, like a 5G, does that do more harm, especially when we can get away from it if we are sheltered?
We make the assumption that that the intensity and duration and proximity are the things that increase the level of harm. Now, we understand you can't get away from all radiation, okay? Cosmic rays are coming through all the time, okay? Now, probably the biggest a particle you're subjected to is neutrinos. Probably on the order of 10 trillion to 15 trillion per second penetrate your body right now as you sit there. Count 1,001, 1,002, 10 to 15 trillion neutrinos went through your body while I said that. So and that comes from primarily the sun. But we can't avoid all radiation. We have to live with it. And we want to take advantage of it to our advantage. That's not the purpose. Our purpose is to ask the question, okay, are we doing harm? If we find we're not, that's fine. Okay, it's like I used to tell my daughter, they'd come in, I have 3 daughters, and they'd come in and give me an argument about something. I'd say, great, that sounds pretty good. What about the other side? Roll of the eyes and nothing happens. And I said, well, you do know until you can argue both sides, you're prejudiced. Now, the side you are arguing may be correct, but if you can't argue the other side, what you are arguing is a prejudiced position. And what we're trying to do here in the commission, or we did, is to try and look and be objective and ask ourselves, you know, where does this fall in the spectrum of the rise of technology? Its usefulness versus its detraction. And that's a question we're trying to address.
Representative Lewicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I will ask at the end the same question I asked the previous speaker. However, when we're talking about these things, we're talking about, in terms of resonance, we're talking about frequencies. And one would think that perhaps the frequencies are critical and some may be worse than others. And then the amount of power. And it gets back to, would it not make more sense, rather than saying 500 meters, to say watts per square centimeter or microwatts per square centimeter at street level or in a residence nearby? And that would give us a perhaps more difficult standard to administer, but it would give us a reasonable thing to work with, which would allow us to use the technology as well as we can.
I was going to say, I'm getting a tap on my shoulder, which I was going to do anyway. The engineer here will be much more facile.
So as I mentioned, I am a radio, say again? Oh, okay. All right, clunk. Sorry about your ears. So I'm a radio frequency engineer, and so I come up with answers to questions like this all the time. Actually, could you kind of rephrase it kind of in terms that?
Basically, what I'm saying is, would we not be better off with a standard that tells us
yeah,
about a
so-
particular, radiation in terms of watts or microwatts per square centimeter, and that would let us give a variable position. If we've got a 200-watt transmitter at street level, that might be a more serious issue than a 2-watt transmitter at tree level. And so using that standard or using a flexible standard that is watts per square centimeter, possibly with a frequency variable involved also.
Right. Thank you for that question. It's a good one. It's one that we discussed in the committee as we were trying to figure out what would be the best way to write the legislation. Yes, that is what matters. And I know from somebody who's made a lot of these measurements myself that I can have a tower and I can go a distance away from that tower and I'll get one reading, and then I'll move a little distance and I'll get a very different reading. So what you said earlier about that being hard to enforce was exactly the reason we came up with distance. So we looked into the referee journals again, and we found that there are plots of how signal level drops off for a typical facility. So if you take a typical cell tower and you go 1,640 feet away from it, you reach a level that has been identified by many as being an acceptable level. And the fact that that also shows up, that 500 meters, that 1,640 feet, shows up in multiple studies. I can think of at least 8 studies that recommend that as being the criterion for distance away from a cell tower. So it's just straightforward to implement. And nobody can question whether or not it's right, because here's something else that fits into that, and that is signal level can vary depending upon atmospheric conditions. So you might go 500 meters away on a sunny day and get a very different reading than you get on an overcast day. So it just seemed like it was the most straightforward approach to finding a reasonable, and that's what we're looking for, is something that's reasonable and protects most people. Thank you.
Representative Nutter, please.
Nodder.
Nutter.
Thank you. When we had the hearing, I have all my notes from that. One of the questions I asked was, have any states banned 5G? And the answer was no. So my question this time is, have any states implemented setting back 5G with the towers?
I'm going to try to move this around a little bit without smashing your ears.
On a state level, no. New Hampshire is the first to take this on. There are communities that are banning 5G. Easton, Connecticut, for example, there was a grandmother there who figured out the radio frequency biological effects. She brought this issue to her town leaders. They investigated, and they put a moratorium on 5G. Just this month, they reaffirmed that moratorium out to the end of next year until it can be proven biologically safe. Hawaii also had a ban on 5G on one of their islands. In Brussels and other areas around the world, we are seeing this happen. And if I could offer a suggestion, what the world is starting to move toward for safe technology is fiber to and through the premises. So right now, 5G is powered with a backbone of fiber optics that runs down the center of the road. And because it's very much more inexpensive to just throw up a small cell antenna off of that to go the last however many feet into your home or to the person walking on the ground. That's where the wireless industry would prefer to have us going, is to put up all these small cells. And when they talk about those millimeter waves not being able to go very far, what that translates into is the industry wants to put a cell tower every 2 to 12 houses inside our neighborhoods. There are people all over the country and the world today waking up with a cell tower in their front yard. And that's what we want to try and prevent with the 500-meter setback that is supported by the epidemiological and the in vivo and the in vitro studies as well as to where biological harm is happening. And I know there was some confusion about whether our earlier experts today were current with their science. And when we heard from Dr. Lappin, he said that their investigation concluded in 2017. In 2018, the U.S. National Toxicology Program, which Representative Abrami referenced, they concluded a multi-year study. It had been going on for 20 years, $30 million. The National Toxicology Program is the world's gold standard on toxics research. They went in 20 years ago expecting to prove that cell phones and towers and so forth are safe. They held an unprecedented 3-day peer review at the National Institutes of Health, where world-leading experts whose life's work is investigating the biological effects of radio frequency, they weighed in, and for 3 days, they talked about this report. At the end of the day, and you can all get this right online, just go to the National Toxicology Program, cell phone radio frequency radiation studies. At the end of the day, they concluded clear evidence of tumors in the hearts and these were done on rodents in the hearts of male rats. These were malignant schwannomas. The Schwann cells are in the lining of the heart. Additional evidence of tumors in the brains of the rats and additional evidence of tumors in the adrenal glands of male rats. And when we use that term, clear evidence, that's the highest categorization they can give. So we now have conclusive causation, not just correlation. And as the industry is prone to do, they'll say, oh, that's just one study. Well, right on the heels of our government, again, the world's gold standard on toxics investigation, after they concluded clear evidence of DNA damage and cancers, the Ramazzini Institute in Italy completed another large study on cell phone base stations or cell towers that corroborated everything that we found on the cell phone study. So we do not need more science. Science is always evolving. We can always improve on it. But today, we have enough information to know better. This document is the Bioinitiative Report, and it compiles peer-reviewed, published scientific literature from around the world. The actual public document is about 1,600 pages that has summaries of all these scientific investigations. But I will just read to you from the table of contents, and this is what the science today shows us. Evidence for damage to sperm and reproduction. And when I started reading the reproduction studies, that's the day that I found my voice on this issue. They have taken male human sperm, exposed it to a laptop with the antennas radiating. It changed the DNA, which we know is a roadmap to grow a proper anything. It slowed the motility, and it caused far fewer sperm to be viable, or apoptosis, which is programmed cell death, in 4 hours of radiation exposure. So that's how serious this is. Evidence that children are more vulnerable. One of our previous presenters mentioned Dr. Gandhi's work. Well, Dr. Gandhi has also done studies that show that children are not just little adults. Biologically, their DNA is still forming, and we are damaging the DNA. Their skulls are thinner. Their brains have a higher water content. And we are allowing radiation to our children as their central nervous system is developing, as their immune system is developing, and the science shows this is a neurotoxin and a genotoxin. Evidence for fetal and neonatal effects. The fetus is the most sensitive stage of human development. I know a doctor who wore her lab coat during her hospital rounds through both of her pregnancies. Both of her children now, she carried that phone right on top of the babies. Both of her children are now electromagnetically sensitive. Evidence for effects on autism. Dr. Martha Herbert, who founded the Autism Lab at Mass General Hospital, has come out publicly speaking about what she sees in the children in her care and what we know scientifically about exposure to radiofrequency man-made radiation. And it goes on and on. The blood-brain barrier, we have membranes throughout our bodies that protect sensitive areas from toxins entering. The science shows from Dr. Paul Patcher and others that this radiofrequency bombardment, as Dr. Chamberlain would say, jackhammering our systems night and day, is causing the blood-brain barrier to open. It's opening the membranes that are supposed to protect our brain. And now we have toxins going through the bloodstream that can now take a turn into the brain. And so now we have a whole host of neurological diseases that we didn't have 20, 30 years ago. Before the pandemic, we were at epidemic levels of anxiety and depression. We're having suicidal ideation among children like we have never seen. And we are leaving this radiation pulsating 24/7 unless we know better. Because when we know better, we do better. And that's why we're here today. We've already talked about cancers and so forth, but there was a new paper that came out just this spring on earlier and earlier onset Alzheimer's. It used to take 25 years to show up. Now we're seeing Alzheimer's in 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, and it's a neurotoxin. So Dr. Martin Paul is one of our world's leading scientists on this, and for a long time the industry would say, well, there's no mechanism of harm identified. Well, you've already heard about a couple of them here today, with the oxidative stress, with the rouleau effect, when you start changing the way that the blood moves through the bloodstream, red blood cells, free floating. You put electromagnetic fields on those, they start glomming together and forming a chain called the rouleau effect, where your blood can't get to where it needs to go to oxygenate all your systems. Chronic fatigue, headaches, nosebleeds, nausea, dizziness, anxiety. We know scientifically why and how this is happening. So that's all the good news. We know. And now we can fix it, right? Rep. Callie Pitts, to your question, this is what you do with your cell phone. You plug it in with an Ethernet cable to the back of your router. You buy a little adapter for $20 or $30, and you plug your phone into it. Anything that you do on the internet, you can safely do through a cable. You just go into your device and you turn off all of the antennas, the Wi-Fi, the Bluetooth, the locator, the hotspot, the cellular, the data. And if anybody has already upgraded to a 5G phone, those have separate antennas included. So just with our regular phones, we had 6, each one individually pulsing microwave radiation to make or maintain a handshake with the nearest cell tower or router. We don't need that. We need to be taught to use the equipment in the safest way possible, or as the Centers for Disease Control would tell us, we want to get to a LARA, as low as reasonably achievable. That's already in place with the CDC for ionizing radiation. Now that we have this, it's time we get policies and procedures in place to get to as low as reasonably achievable. And for example, if you had your cell phone and Rep. Parshall had his tablet or laptop there, and you need to plug in more than one, all you need to do is buy a little $15, $20 device called an Ethernet switch. Then you can plug in as many devices as you want, and the kicker is you are going to get such a faster speed. Your reliability, hands down, will beat anything wireless is ever going to provide. Your data, your security, your privacy is all so much better through an Ethernet cable. So that's what we can do for our own devices, and then you turn it off and you have perfectly safe technology. At the infrastructure level in our communities, the solution is fiber to the premises. We should not allow the wireless industry to promote their agenda to put a cell tower anywhere near where we live, work, learn, or play. We should be bringing the fiber optics right to the premises, which we already paid for time and again on our bills for our cell phones, but the industry did some fancy shell game with the financing. They took the hardwired broadband money and they started putting in their bucket for wireless. So we have excellent resources to teach our communities how to do this efficiently, effectively, and safely. And this Reinventing Wires, the Future of Landlines and Networks is out of a policy group in Washington, D.C. Dr. Timothy Sheckley was one of the invited guests to the commission. And this tells us what we need to do. So we're not flying blind here. We know the solutions. And at the national level, with the broadband funding that's coming, just this last month, they said we are giving preference to fiber to the premises. So the wheels are starting to come off the bus for the wireless industry, and they know that. But we need to start protecting now because it takes time for the science to catch up to the federal public policy, which is why our country needs the state of New Hampshire to do the right thing here.
Thank you. With the time we have left, I'll entertain a couple more questions, and then I'll ask if anybody would like to say anything else that may still be sitting down here before we adjourn. So I'll go to Representative Kelly Pitts next.
I understand what you said about the Ethernet, and I've heard it before, but one of the things I believe society is addicted to, and I'll say addicted, is the mobility. We want everything here and we don't want to be into a plug. So that is one of the problems. I find it myself when I plug in my phone, "Oh, I can't reach it." I get really upset. So it's not going to be an easy solution. So you could do that while you're in your house, maybe, if you had a long enough cord. Like the phone cords used to stretch 30 feet if you really tried. But what do you do about places like this where you're surrounded?
Well, when we're
And
in
so-
here in a meeting,
We're not going to get brain tumors
Yeah.
unless that's an explanation for what's wrong. But, again, that's society.
yeah, it's education. It just comes down to education. Once we are able to tell the public what the biological risks are and what the better solutions are, it's going to be like drugs and alcohol and gambling and pornography. Adults will make their choices, but it is our responsibility to protect our children above all else. And if you want a little encouragement, the legal handbook for the Massachusetts Boards of Health, when you asked about what's going on at the municipal level, they've added 4 pages into theirs about cell towers. So this is coming mainstream. The industry would prefer it not. But when Rep. Abrami talked about that lawsuit against the FCC, there was 11,000 pages of scientific evidence, medical evidence, and over 6,000 members of the public who have been harmed or their loved ones have been harmed, all in the public record on docket 1384 with the FCC. At the end of the day, the FCC closed that docket and said, we don't need to change anything. Once that hit the Federal Register, the lawsuits began. And when the lawsuits began, and the judges at the federal level, the DC Circuit Court, 9th District, Court of Appeals, they were presented with 27 volumes of 11,000 pages of evidence, and they looked at the FCC and said, we're seeing this. Please share with us, what homework did you do to prove that your FCC public radiation limits that are set way high, what is your due diligence? And they had none. They said, oh, the FDA said it was fine. Well, it was the FDA who 20 years ago commissioned this national toxicology program that found clear evidence of cancerous tumors. One might ask why the FDA would turn around to the FCC and say, keep doing business as usual. Well, when you look at the gentleman who did that, that was Dr. Jeffrey Shuren at the FDA. And when you investigate a little bit into his background, you will see that he is married to a woman who's a partner in a law firm that represents the wireless industry. Dr. Shuren has a clear conflict of interest. And when some of our earlier testifiers rattled off or gave to you in his packet a list of organizations that support the FCC, we need to do our due diligence on those, and you don't have to dig very far to find heavy conflicts of interest with the wireless industry. So we can't take things at face value. We have to do the homework.
Thank you. Representative Platt, did you still have a question?
I heard everything you said, and you're pointing this all at 5G. Okay, should we shut down television?
No, what happened with television, as Dr. Chamberlain was saying, when we started television, it was a rolling continuous sine wave. That was an analog signal. When we got into digital technology, we added a square wave to that, and that's that spiked wave that's going pulse, 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 megahertz at 1,000,000 times per second, gigahertz at 1,000,000,000 times a second. And we are not evolved to have that kind of battering on our cells. So it's everything that's radio frequency radiation. And when the World Health Organization classified this as a group 2B possible human carcinogen in 2011, they were very clear to state this is all man-made radio frequency. It doesn't matter what generation it is. We need safe G.
Representative Partial, question.
Thank you, Chair Thomas. Thank you for addressing these issues. In particular, I'd like to hear a lot more about the FCC and their involvement. I am concerned about the level playing field that we're getting, and I'm not sure if that's actually occurring. One thing I didn't hear today is very much talk about security concerns. I know that if I have a landline coming in my home, it's fairly secure. But 5G technology, I've heard that it's very simple for a malignant entity to come in, take the information they want through a little bit of software, close it back up, and you never know they're there. Is that a true statement?
Well, we as a commission didn't address that particularly. We knew that it is, know that it is an issue. I know a little bit about that, but I don't feel maybe like going into, we should address that here. But yes, you are very insecure with wireless. With wired, you're orders of magnitude more secure.
I want to thank the panel for giving us their presentation today. I'm going to ask, is there anyone sitting out there now that would like to come up and speak in the next few, I intend to end this by 2:30, so, oh, Mr. Hancock, would you like to come up and say a few words briefly? Okay.
So in listening to the testimony, and this goes to what I was talking about. First of all, that cable right there, we were talking about the network cable, that's how an antenna is made. So there is extensive data, and there was advisory put out by the FDA and CDC back in 2011 advising people to minimize the use of tethered earpod buds with cell phones because it acted as a antenna. And so as a result, it actually magnified the amount of radiation caused by the cell phone and cell phone towers and drove it directly into your head through one of the openings in your head that allows radiation to go in through your ears. And it was actually the wire that actually caused that. So as soon as you plug a network cable into your cell phone, what you're actually doing is creating a massively long antenna of however long. And what you're actually doing is, because it's so long, it will pick up low frequency radiation significantly better. So when you're talking low frequency radiation that could be wider than this room, when you have a 30-foot network cable, you're actually creating an excellent antenna to go and receive those frequencies. So using a wire that's not fiber optic to go and try and ameliorate the radiation you're causing is actually disingenuous. And we know for a fact that the wire from your earpods that Apple saw fit to delete the port, so you can't do it anymore. We know for a fact that that was actually causing more radiation and actually exceeding FCC regulations on the limitation of radiation, okay? So we know for a fact that that actually is a really not good idea. As for fiber, you asked the question about security. 5G uses the same encryption as your web browser does. Every single website that you go to now is encrypted using it. In fact, there was a study done by the PCI Commission that does the security and protection for all online payments, all payment terminals, et cetera. And they found that there's actually no benefit between a completely insecure Wi-Fi access point with these terminals using the encryption that these terminals already use, which your web browser uses to go and view the websites, versus an encrypted Wi-Fi access point. Because even if the data can be captured, it doesn't matter because the data is already encrypted. So literally everything you're doing is already encrypted. The way that you're most at risk from anything to do with your cell phone is that your wireless carrier is actually intercepting every single request you make for websites you go to, so they can track every single website you go to, and they go and sell that information. In fact, they've been fined multiple times for doing so. So be more worried about the fact that they're monitoring what you're surfing, not what you're actually entering while you're surfing, okay? Because that's where they're getting you. You are literally the product that they're selling, and they make a significant portion of the revenue that way. But to talk specifically about oxidative stress, I brought up the most recent article. There are 3 on the NIH Gov website. The most recent one that I could find is Pathophysiology of Cell Phone Radiation, Oxidative Stress, and Carcinogenesis with focus on male reproductive system. It gives an abstract and some definitions of their theoretical process for which radiation might affect the reproductive sperm counts and damage in DNA within sperm. I'm going to scroll down to the abstract on my cell phone, ironically. And what we'll see when I get down to there, I just got to find the right. So it says, therefore, the SAR limit, maximum acceptable exposure limit, should be lowered in cell phones. However, more studies are necessary to provide definitive evidence against cell phone radiation, which can be provided in in vitro studies combined with computational biomodeling. And then it says stimulation of plasma membrane NDH oxidase might, you don't need to know any of the rest of the stuff, might play a central role in the above mentioned effects. I read this entire thing while the testimony was just occurring. Literally, the word might is the most prevalent word in the entire document. There is absolutely no conclusive actual evidence in the document whatsoever that shows that this process actually does what they think it might do. Okay, and there is absolutely no claim whatsoever that there's any causal effect between this and cancer as a result of radiation. So again, we stare-faced with the fact that there may be people that are sensitive to this type of radiation. There may be some evidence of this, of which we have no evidence of causality. And I can go through and I can forward to whoever evidence of the other assertion of that was made as well, that also starts with an assumption that they're correct, and then says, based on that, our conclusion is that this might be happening. Except they assume that cancer is being caused by this radiation, of which there is no evidence epidemiologically or otherwise in any statistical form that has any probability of, that it's actually happening. So they've made an assumption that's false to go and prove their claim from the beginning. So, and I think it's very, very, very important to hear what was said by the members that were just up here. What they were effectively saying is, this is the problem, the cell phone, not the tower. This, being in your pocket, is a problem. This, exposed to bare semen, is a problem, which, by the way, your cells are actually specialized, and your skin cells are specialized to protect you against radiation, of which none of this radiation permeates your skin beyond a millimeter. So there's no way that any of these body parts are going to be exposed in the way that they're suggesting they would be exposed to. So the issue is fundamentally, first of all, they want this controlled, not the towers, because there's no way that you can turn off the towers. And yes, we can all do our part to turn off cell phones and things like this when we're not using them. However, every one of these devices goes into power saving mode, and it just sends a heartbeat periodically. And by periodically, I mean many, many, many seconds, if not minutes, between communications to the tower to say it's still there when it goes into power saving mode. So at nighttime, this phone's generating almost no radiation whatsoever because it's in power saving mode. Okay, it's drastically reduced. And even the cell phone towers, and Mimo is the thing that allows this to happen, if there are very few cell phones on a tower, as often happens at night when they're not active, the tower goes into what's called skip mode. So it will actually start skipping broadcasts to be able to save power because it's in their interest to save power. So as a result, they actually skip. And they skip a ton of broadcasts that they would otherwise do. So these towers are already doing this. Our cell phones are already doing this. And again, every single study that's on the CDC's website uses words might, may, could. This process might work. This process may be what's causing it. This process may or may not be causing something. This might be occurring. Might what? Meanwhile, Starlink's broadcasting down on your head and nobody in this room is going to be able to stop it.
Okay, we are running out of time here. I want to ask the question to the general audience. Are there any other speakers or vendors or anyone that might like to come back or come here for another meeting? I see one hand up. Sure.
Up at the mic.
I just wanted to
Please change
emphasize.
your name, please. And,
Oh, my name is Galen Beach, and I'm a licensed certified foot reflexologist in the state of New Hampshire. I've been practicing for about 15 years, and that's the science of nerve reflex response in the body. And one of the comments that I just wanted to make about security and such like is we're dealing with our personal individual telephones, but what the proliferation of cell towers and telephones and the increases of power and energy and frequencies leads to is the capability for cybersecurity incursions on a large scale. So I'm thinking more of things that have already happened since the 4 to 5G no different technology has been introduced. I'm thinking, for example, of the water treatment facility that was hacked, and the levels of some substance were added to that would ostensibly make this water poisonous. This was done remotely, anonymously. It was documented in a number of news programs and reports, so it's not false. These types of things, attacks on infrastructure, and the embassy attacks, supposedly, attacks may not have been, it might have just been stupidities, just so many people observing this. And I've seen people with like 2 or 3 cell phones on them, and they're all iPhones, and those are all, pumping out. In this room right now, like my heart rate is soaring. I've got a terrible headache. I always feel bad in here. I'm just wondering, does everybody feel really good since they've had their cell phones on? So the primary concern is that for at least 20 to 30 years, the frequencies that and technology devices that are required and used in 5G technology are considered and called weapons grade. This is a concern. They're weapons grade because of the capacity. What is the weapon? Sound, basically, and the capacity for remote operation of devices is the weapon. And do we really want the capacity, the capability of more cell towers with more power being remote controlled by God knows who, and will require all new devices, more manufacturing, so environmentally with climate change, bad idea. Security wise with cybersecurity, bad idea. With the body, the effects on the human body, totally bad idea. When reflexology is a science of nerve reflex response, everything is being electrochemically neurotransmitted by electric and magnetic forces in your body. So you cannot saturate the body with more. They talk about hitting the skin. If these things are going through walls, they're certainly going deeper than your skin. In reflexology, we learn that the body doesn't sense temperature except on the outside. So there's nerve endings on the outside of the body that can detect heat. But when heat is going on within the body with a heat buildup, the body is not sensing that. One of the causes for male infertility is that because of the eyeballs and the testes, the body cannot circulate heat out of them fast enough. And this is why the sperm is basically cooking. This is why your eyeballs are basically burning all the time. There's very poor circulation in the eye structure and in the testes structure. So heat is retained in those tissues, and unless you can run the heat off, it's sitting there cooking your sperm, basically. And so one of the other things is not just cancer, it's also infertility, it's kidney disease, it's diabetes, all of these things. Anyway, so, sorry, that was incoherent, but I get very discombobulated in electromagnetic frequencies that are a little higher than I'm used to. and I'm nervous. So anyways, any questions?
Good. One.
Please spell your first name and last name.
GALENBEACH.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, one quick question from Representative Oliver.
Where do you practice? Here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Thanks
you
for
very much.
listening.
I'm going to conclude this meeting now with one question to our subcommittee members, who I think they're all here. My basic question is this: I know I said that the next meeting would be in the fall, but some people came to me during lunch and said if we could have one sooner. The only time that I would have to have one sooner would be next week, next Tuesday. And so I'm going to ask the subcommittee if they have an appetite for coming here next week for one meeting. We might even discuss what we've heard, and we might even decide on something at that meeting. Or there might be more people that want to come to speak. I'm not sure. I understand there might be some more people that would like to speak. I'm not sure, but
I think the senator would like to speak, and
the
senator would like to speak.
we could certainly reserve
And,
time for the senator
and
for
I have-
that.
Will you accept Zoom testimony? No, they can set a Zoom up for us.
What day would that be? June
June 7th, and I have a dinner lunch
7th?
planned.
That's a
for some of
Tuesday?
us. Yes.
I thought that was Wednesday. See, I told you there was.
Consistently sent out on the 7th. I don't know why people have the 8th in their mind.
Okay, well, I could ask to have it on the 8th, which would be a Wednesday, if the subcommittee would like to meet then. If not, I'm not available the rest of the month after that. So it's either then or it would be sometime in September. Any Representative Partial?
Can I make a suggestion, if I may, with the chair and of Rep. Blatt?
That's why you're here.
You are planning a lunch on
For
that day.
retiring lobbyists, yes.
Could we mix a little business with pleasure and attend both, do you believe?
It's down in Manchester at the 110 Grill.
That's closer
Yeah.
to me than where I'm living here. I'd be glad to
Well,
meet in the morning and adjourn.
oh, you mean to meet here and then go down to lunch? Oh. We could do that. Yeah, we could do that. Certainly, we could start here at 9. And then adjourn by 11 or so, 11:15. It's up to the subcommittee. All those, is there this a straw vote, show of hands of those that would like to meet next Tuesday from, say, around 9:30 to about 11?
I thought it was lunch Wednesday.
The 7th.
It's wrong.
Okay.
If it's not too early, I have something at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I expect it would be more than half an hour.
What about the rest of the subcommittee? You can't.
Works for me.
Right.
I cannot make the 8th.
My feeling is, Mr. Chair,
No preference?
Mr. Chair, I prefer us not to be up against a hard stop time. If it's only gonna be an hour and a half, it may
We
take
can't,
us, especially if we're gonna make a decision that day. Is the plan to make a decision that day? Yes or
We
no?
could decide that day if we're in a position to make a
So
decision,
there could
yes.
possibly be another meeting in
Yeah.
December. I
we,
mean, in September.
I could, I can wait until September as well, if you want to wait, or some don't
Yeah.
want to wait.
can
I mean, did you want to wait, did you want to have a meeting for just a couple of hours and then come back in September? That seems like a long time as well.
that's the 9th?
No, we're all,
I'm just saying, okay, if it's,
Thursday, we're going.
Block
some of us are
Island.
going Block Island. Yeah,
if
It's a terrible week.
yeah.
I mean, it's full.
It is a bad week, and I'm leaving on the 11th, so
yeah.
I'm
All
gone.
I'm saying is if we only do an hour, it may not be, we're gonna be rushed at the end, is what I'm getting at.
Can I,
I'd rather not have it where we're rushed at the end.
I would
terms
suggest Monday. However, that doesn't give us enough time to put it into the calendar. It doesn't give
Right.
us a legal number of days to advertise it.
We have enough time to get it in the calendar.
Yeah, Wednesday.
No,
Can I
on the
say
Thursday calendar, you have to have, I think, four days notice, I think.
Wednesday? By
That's
Wednesday of
Wednesday.
the
It's
previous
Wednesday.
week.
Hmm?
Can I
All right.
make a statement?
Sure.
We all have had privy to the commission's report. So I guess what I'm going to say is probably not nice, but I think we need not speeches. We need information that we've already heard, and we've heard it before. And if these people want to come back, I think it would be for questions. And speeches, I think, are what took up a lot of our time. And we didn't need speeches. We need questions. And I mean, I've never held back on how I feel. So that's how I feel, that a lot of this time was not wasted because it's all valuable information. But the commission we all have privy to that report. So in my mind, See You in September is a wonderful song. And I think we all have time to do our own research, more research, and come back with something definitive, because I have not heard one definitive piece of information. If you have a report that says might or may, that doesn't mean they've said no, and that doesn't mean they've said yes. That means it's a nice way of saying, I don't know. So I think that we really need to chew this over some more. And again, I haven't heard one piece of concrete information, and I haven't read one piece of concrete information. And before we do anything that would impede an industry or a person, an individual, I really want to be sure.
So, and I have to agree that for some of us, we may have heard some information that was new, although it was in the report. But also, I didn't hear from the vendors, and I didn't hear what they might be willing to do, or what they might be willing to be acceptable to them in deference to people that are having some issues. I heard black and white, yes, we do, and no, we don't. I haven't heard any real solutions. I don't even know at this point if there is a legislative solution, which is what the purpose of this meeting is. There might be other private solutions out there to help mitigate what's happening, but from a legislative point of view, I didn't capture anything today that could be turned into a potential bill. So I think Representative Kelly Pitts is right. We probably do need to think about this. And unless there's strong objection, I guess I can say that we'll see you in September. And it's at a date and time to be noticed.
I personally, if it's going to be rushed next week, I'd rather see you in September. I agree.
Okay. Well, I thank you for your time, everybody. And if you have any additional comments, please send them in care of the subcommittee. And if it's new information, or if you have some solutions, or in particular, I'm speaking to people who have vendors as clients. If vendors would like to reach out to us and talk to us about what could or could not be done, or voluntarily or otherwise, something that shows that they are listening to people that have some issues, and to find out if there is anything that could be done, and maybe there's not. But let's hear. We have a couple of months to put it together. Thank you much for coming. Have a nice summer. Adjourn. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Second? In favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Adjourned.